Atlanta girls, let me see your hands. That's a damn shame. I still remember that song. That song used to be on replay on the radio so long ago. And I'll say the shout out to Drake for his longevity. You know, the older I get, obviously I have my opinions on guys like Drake, but sometimes you got to show some appreciation even to the people that you might not be too fond of, but you respect his longevity. So shout out to Drizzy. Oh man. Yeah, he's been famous since what, 2008? Yeah, 2008. 2008. Anyways, let me put this overlay up. See this. Yeah. How about it? Oh man. I mean, I found, oh, that's not the best photo. That's not the best photo. Let me take this off. Let me take this off. That's not the best photo. It's supposed to show the top. No homo. There we go. Yeah, that's the meme right here. I saw this on the way in. So B. Watkins says Andrew Wilson is compromised. And I agree. At the time, right now. As I rewatched the debate with you guys, there was a lot of things that I missed. And I go back to the prompt. Just the prompt of the debate. And I'm always gonna do this because we really had to go down the list of, okay, what is the prompt? What was the prompt? What was the topic of the debate? Andrew Wilson believes there's overwhelming evidence that shows that Tyler, I hope I'm saying his name right, Tyler Robinson deleted CK, right? So the burden of really showing more proof, because he was asking, what was he asking Candace Owens for positive evidence. So the burden really is on him to show that there's overwhelming evidence, because there's enough doubt, there's enough holes in this investigation to prove doubt. But since you open up, since the topic of the debate is that the ball is in your court. And every time Candace Owens tried to hold him accountable to what he believed was overwhelming evidence, he tried to switch the topic. He tried to move on. Candace Owens brings up a tweet that he made after saying the tweet after saying the tweet doesn't exist. He gets caught in 4K lying, looks at the camera and says, nah, she didn't say it like that. Let's move on. There were many instances in this debate. In the beginning of the debate, he reads a text message, an alleged text message. And he says, Charlie Kirk sent me some before he passed, saying that he thinks that the left is trying to delete him, not knowing or forgetting that Erika Kirk said he didn't send any messages like that. So what was very interesting about that situation, I watched the PBD's reaction to that debate. 2 out of the 3 dudes that was on that panel, they said, look, That text message was a big part of the whole debate that really set the tone. They considered that text message a point towards Andrew Wilson's side. But they also said, look, that text better be real. This was on the PBD podcast. And I'm going to show you that in a little while. They said that text better be real. The 300K, right? The timing is way too, it's too coincidental. So around the same time, you revealed that you were asked to give a debate course at Turning Point USA. Please. Right. And then around the same time, you happen to be on Joe Rogan offering Candace Owens $300,000 to debate her. I don't know if she asked for it or you offered it. I think he offered first. I could be wrong about that. But even still, why would you do that? Paying 300K to someone just to talk to him. And then just for the result of the debate, oh, she's crazy. She has no evidence. Dude, you're not paying 300K to debate someone with no evidence. You were sent there by Turning Point USA to probe Candace, to ask her certain questions to get her caught up in litigation. We are not stupid. We are not stupid. Okay. It's pretty obvious what's going on. So much so that the lefties are the lefties are killing us on Twitter right now because it's too obvious. It's too obvious what's going on. And don't let them be right about this, because if they're right about this, I'll just say this: our conservatives' our credibility is shot. Especially if they once, because Andrew Wilson, he said he was going to reveal his text message that he allegedly had. If he still hasn't revealed it, if he gets caught up, I don't know I don't know how he's going to get his lies situated from like here, from that point until next week. I don't know how he's going to get all his lies situated, but he better figure it out. He better figure it out, because this is not a good look. You don't pay 300K to debate a so-called crazy woman with no evidence. No, stop. Good Lord. Good Lord. But that's how I saw it. Now, obviously, you guys already know about the viral, clips. The one at the end where Andrew Wilson didn't know any of the 7 charges. Candace Owens asked him, she asked him, just name one. He counters, name me 7. He couldn't, he counters, name me 7. She was able to list 7. He couldn't name one. I don't understand how the Andrew Wilson fans can wiggle their way out of that one, but if you really did care about the case, or if you were just really there to debate, with just a little bit of research, you would be able to find out how many charges. You should know these things. You should know how many charges, what the charges are, and be able to list at least one of the charges. Every time we do a paperwork, anytime I go over lawsuits on here, what's the first thing I try to show? Okay, how many? What are the specific charges? How many charges? I often lament about how they'll trump up charges. That's like the first thing you cover when it comes to when a crime has been committed and potential sentencing. But that's unfortunately when he's not going to admit that he's a hired gun for Turning Point USA at this point. He's not going to admit it, but we all see it. But anyways, that's my summary of it so far, but obviously I'm going to show you the clips. I'm going to show you the clips. We're going to go over all of these things. Let's go over these comments before I start showing some, not necessarily some clips, but some other news that I also got to cover. B. Watson says all of these honorable conservatives are compromised and bought out by TA. That's what I'm going to say. Right. Unfortunately, what the conservatives don't understand, the because we haven't taken care of this small hat problem, we've allowed the small hat problem to really we just haven't taken care of that problem in the conservative part in the conservative party. Unfortunately, now the Democrats they're taking advantage of this weakness. Mind you, they have plenty of small hats on their side doing all types of nonsense, playing on both sides of the fence, but they understand this is a weakness and they're taking advantage. Sorry, I got a toll free call. I don't know what this call is. But we had exactly. B. Watson says, in fact, Wilson might as well been a plant since day one. He could be a plant, and Wilson and his wife, they come across they they don't have people's best interests at heart, and on top of that, they come across as very disingenuous. So you see how I'm able to, like, when we talk about from the black manosphere side, we'll talk about uh Melanie King, right? How disingenuous she was, and all these other people, people that are obvious, right? Like it doesn't even matter, just the black manosphere side, anybody on the side, the red pill side, or on the conservative side, right? Lila Rose, people are finally waking up to Lila Rose on the conservative side. I've always said she was the worst, but she never got really the stick for it. But you have to root out these fraudulent people from the beginning, because now they take up too much space. Wilson is taking up too much space. Now, when he takes an L like this, they're going to reflect that on men. They're going to reflect that on men. They're going to reflect that on the conservative party. They're going to reflect it back on the manosphere, because he's been grifting off the manosphere as much as he can. B. Watkins says any random conservative who gets to 50K subs assume the armed propaganda wing of the feds are looking to pay them. Like, yeah, when first of all, because if you're on that branch just in general, it's going to be hard for you to come up on YouTube. So when you see somebody like that just propped up like that, it's that person is probably a plant. Yeah. B. Watkins says Wilson is basically done after this, at least with skeptics who lean towards what most truth they will permit themselves to see before ignoring what goes further down the rabbit hole. Most of the so-called conspiracy theorists that I know that are apolitical, they don't even care about politics, they look at a guy like a Wilson like he's a joke. Those people that they don't care about politics or what if somebody's liberal or conservative, they don't care about none of that. They're gonna see somebody like a Wilson, they're gonna be like, so if this is the person that the right is promoting, are you kidding me? So XVYJZ says B. Watson says you and Chris friends in real life? Like, how do we all think alike when it comes to this stuff? No, we just have it's just obvious to see. it's people that can see the truth. It's very few. It's very few. Um, but yeah. Look, and then on top of that, we know each other via the Undead Chronic connection, right? He says, I've never met Chris in real life. I'm pretty new to the channel. That said, we both watch Undead Chronic, so we tend to think in a like-minded way. Exactly. Enoch. Shout out to Enoch in the building. B. Watson says Turning Point USA is genuinely worried that Owens won't shut up, but they can't send Erika or some other stooge to confront her because they will F up even more. Even more. But I'll say it like this. They can't out. I said I've been continuing to repeat myself with this, but they can't delete her. It'll be too obvious. So they're just hoping she's gonna eventually shut up, which is not gonna happen. Ask any black man you know that been with a black woman. That's just not gonna happen. If I'm talking about you got a black woman that's like she's staunch on a certain issue or whatever she's at, they're not gonna stop. What? Do you know a lot of the information that I got from there's certain cases that I've talked about on this channel. And you'll be shocked. It's like some of the cases that I've talked about, a lot of the information that I got was from black women. Let me give you an example. The information that I got with the Tory Lane situation, most of my information came from a black woman from the Star channel. She has her own channel. I think her name is Dana with the Facts or something, or it's or somebody else. She did a whole she had a whole chart and all these things, and I was like, oh, I see what this Tory Lane situation is about. And she made all the connections and all this. Man, they get once they get stuck on to something, they're not gonna stop. So I'm talking about some of the best information I got. The best. So yeah, and then on top of that, remember the shit that they try to push. Oh, Owen, she's a scorned lover, and she was they probably used to smash on the side, so she's a little bit irrational. And I was like, and I kept trying to tell the conservatives, I'm like, you guys got to be the dumbest motherfuckers ever, bro. You better hope that what you said isn't true, because if what you said is if what you said is true and she's a former lover of Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, which I tend to agree with, if that's true, that means she is going to get to the bottom of this. Right? And in that debate between Andrew and Candace, they even said this on the PBD podcast. Two out of the three commentators, they both said that it's clear that Candace Owens has been really following the case. And this whole thing where Andrew Wilson does this thing where he'll say, "Oh, my opponent," she didn't say anything. She had nothing to say. Everything she said, she had nothing. Really? You paid $300K. You paid $300K to a broad with nothing. Stop. Imagine, guys, imagine they find out. Imagine if you take the average for say you take the average rapper and it comes out that he paid this random IG female 100, forget 100K, 50K. 50K. People are gonna come to wait, well, what's going on with that situation? That's more than just a sexual transaction. What were y'all doing? So yeah, you're not paying 300K just to say that you won and she said nothing and I dominated her. No, 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 no. It's way more than that. And anybody that's not biased should be able to see that. Bottom line. And I'll say this, one of the main reasons why I've been really on Andrew Wilson's case is the results of what I saw from the commentators from the CGA situation. And I realized how far away a lot of people are when it comes to their thinking. And I really, that's when I started seeing like the mentality of the average Andrew Wilson fan and the people of that space. Everything's, that's when I really started to see. I was like, oh, okay, this is because even before then, I was definitely not a fan of his because of his just off of his background situation. I was definitely not a fan. So I was already like, no, I would definitely discourage anybody from listening to Andrew Wilson just off of his family situation alone. And then after the CJ debate, and then seeing the nonsense he was saying, how he talks, his summary of that debate, because even in your losses you can learn something, or in your wins you can always learn something from your opponent, and his how he carries himself. For some reason it it attracts a lot of viewers, and it attracts, and he gets a lot of his fans love that. And I'm still confused with that mentality. Um, so I when I saw all of this, I realized, as men, we have a long way to go. We have a really long way to go, and it's clear, it's very clear why men are losing. Seeing guys like Andrew Wilson winning is it's clear why I see why men are losing in the grand scheme of things. I even now I have to question. I I even have to question. I'll say post summer 2025. I've had to question: did we vote for Orange Man for the right reasons? We gotta be really honest with ourselves. Now, me, I didn't vote because I just don't vote. But men have to be honest. Why did you vote for Orange Man? Was it just because you wanted to see lefties pissed off? Did you do this just to, piss off this, or see people triggered? And then so if that's why you did it, which just there's nothing wrong with that, but understand there's going to be a blowback, right? So I wasn't shocked when you had a guy like a what's his name, Mondani. You have now open socialists now running for seats. There's always going to be a blowback. There's always going to be a blowback. You can't just vote somebody in and then, okay, everything's all good. No, you have to start implementing systems. You have to start weeding out certain situations. You can't change everything overnight. You can't. There's a process to these things. And if you think you're just going to change things by just triggering hoes and hoping they get upset, what's the antagonizing liberals, if that's what it's all about, okay, that's fine, but there's always going to be a blowback. Just understand that there's going to be a blowback to that. And I've just been shocked to see how shocked everybody else is that now we got socialists running running for office, and also wiping the floor in these debates, wiping the floor. So this is we're in a really bad spot. We're definitely in a very, very, very bad spot. He says Andrew Cuxon embarrassed himself. Oh man. XVYJZ says Andrew answers a question with a question. He did that a lot in that debate. Pyro said, "Wait, is he running away from pickles?" Yeah, yeah. I saw the meme on Twitter, and I saved it. I saved it. Exactly. B. Watson says the issue is the small hats can't be removed at this point by voting. We need the desperate measures of the 1930s to 1940s. How about this? Forget the small hats for a second. Let's talk about the women, right? Specifically when you're talking about the Lindsay Clancy case and the shock of the normies. They thought we had a manosphere issue. No, we have a toxic so-called femininity issue, where you have a whole bunch of women, mind you, on the conservatives and liberal side. The liberal sides, obviously, but they've caught a bunch of conservative women sympathizing with Lindsay Clancy, the woman that is on trial for strangling her 3 kids to death, which she admitted. She just doesn't want to face serious time for it. And now we have this discussion about postpartum and all this stuff because we didn't address this issue, and we never really called out what this whole postpartum depression nonsense is. It's a myth. It's a myth. But I've seen even the most far right of dudes, they don't even want to talk about this. I've seen lefties, they don't want to talk about this. It was very few people calling this nonsense out. And now people are shocked that you have a lot of women, they can see themselves in Lindsay Clancy. I used to do whole live streams just dedicated to this nonsense. Right. So it's not shocking, but people are shocked. Oh my gosh, we have a segment of women that are okay with killing their kids. Duh. And I also blame the religious right about the abortion situation because they've never taken it to the next level. They've never taken it to the next level. Okay, you think you think abortion is murder. Yes, fine. I agree with that. But now we need to take the next step. Shouldn't those same women be charged with murder one for murdering their kids? If you really believe that that is a life taken, shouldn't we now take that next step? But they don't really want to take that next step. All they want to do is argue with bitches on college campuses. They want to um, go on these shows and just argue with hoes and try to lecturing them into doing the right thing. That's not going to happen. So now you have this segment of women, because what women have been doing, they've been smart. They make up most of the teachers. They be getting into politics. They got this shit surrounded because they understand where the power lies. They've pushed out certain movies. They force executives to push out certain movies, even though they're not making no money off of it. But as long as the message gets out there, they understand how this stuff works. So now all this stuff that men have been complaining about, women are just going to get away with it. So now you can't even be mad when you have a guy like, say, for example, you'll have a CGA, and he'll say, you know what, I'm not really I'm not going to sacrifice myself for this nonsense anymore, since men don't really want to not necessarily make a difference, but really take the necessary. They didn't really want to take the next step. It seems like men just wanted to stay in that space where they want to watch the whatever podcast for how many hours. Y'all saw those times. 10-hour podcasts, 8-hour podcasts. Dude sending a whole bunch of super chats to OF models that are just trolling. And dudes thinking they're doing something. But anyways. Exactly. He said, B. Watkins says the issue is conservatives never really wake up. It's why they always lose the Civil War. He says the only time I can remember the right winning a civil war was the Spanish nationalists, and the NSDAP won the civil war of getting into power in Germany was by being as cunning as the left wing. Left wing, like I said, yeah, the left wing is cunning. The left wing is cunning. I'll give him that. They can easily. That's why they always target the young. That's why they always target the young. Bald Eagle, Ear Rage 3450. He says Andrew Wilson was always going to crumble in this sphere. He married a single mom. That was the deciding factor in it all. It's not just like a regular single. Like say if Andrew Wilson had a kid, right? Say if Andrew Wilson already had kids before he met Rachel, right? From like outside marriages, and then okay, I take on Rachel. Maybe you could see why people would give him a pass, but he took her on when he was single and childless. She was older than him. She had 3 kids with 2 different dads, and you took on that. I'm sorry. I mean, bruh, your wife is the problem. She is the problem that you complain about. What do you think these OF models are going to do once they hit that age? They're going to do the exact same thing that Rachel did. They're going to they're going to come to their senses at what, 28, 29, 30. They're going to get baptized. They're going to find a sucker like you. No disrespect, but I'm just describing what you are. Oh man. Oh yeah. B. Watkins says, when I learned the fact that Rachel's man is called Chad after the fact, but still, that was hilarious. That tree logic video. By the way, okay, I see Pyro in here. He says that's why the women are taking all the big positions. He says that's why American media is just boring and rainbow. Not like back in the day. It was 2007. We had a lot of good movies. Watch this. Watch this. So, Pyro, you remember when I saw. Remember when we saw Andrew Wilson making fun of Tree Logic? I think this might have been before she exposed Andrew Wilson, but we saw a video of him making fun of that specific broad because he found out that she was an escort or a dominatrix, same thing, right? And he was sitting there laughing at her face. He exposed her in front of everybody. And I was sitting, and at the time I said, Andrew Wilson is a dumbass. You're gonna take a 40-something-year-old black woman. You're gonna expose her for being an escort in front of everybody. And you think that's not gonna blow back on you? And like, just because you feel like you're losing to her in an argument, or you feel like she's or just because you want to win that argument, you want to, and then you're shocked that she made a whole documentary about you, put your business out there. She made a whole she made a whole timeline. She made a whole documentary about yeah. I was like, she gonna be on your ass for like the rest of your life. I have young women that are still stalking my page. Believe it or not, I'm talking about from 2021, 2022, just because I said, I remember one specific broad. She's been stalking my page. There's a app, and there's certain people you can ask to see who's stalking your page. I've been seeing some certain people, some people that I know that are in that space. You can find out who's been stalking you and who's been doing certain things, who's been trying to follow your page. By the way, when you see certain dudes or certain women in your suggested, right, in your Instagram, that's because they've been looking at your stuff. I'm like, there's certain people that you've never looked at their page at all, but they always pop up on your suggested. It's not just because you have mutual friends in your Facebook and all that. Certain people that you see is because they keep checking up on your page. So there were certain people, and then I was like, hey, I recognize this one person. There's this one young lady who's been stalking my shit since 2022. Just because I tagged her and said, you don't understand about the Bill Cosby situation. It's over your head. I didn't call her a curse word. I didn't call her a swear word. I don't even remember tagging her, but I just remember she was in the thread, and I just said, Bill Cosby is right now, he's just the fall guy. A lot of the stuff that they were doing in the 70s and 80s, it was normal, but it's looked at as illegal now. It was a different time, right? A lot of this Bill Cosby's in trouble is because it's a power struggle. She's been stalking I remember she went crazy on one of my videos, and I remember I think I showed this on one of the live streams. She went crazy in my comment section. I never blocked her. And I was like, okay, whatever. Now, ever since then, I've had like my music account, I've had my Facebook, but she's been stalking my Facebook. She's been stalking my other music Instagram account. It's just that with those other two accounts, it's not a private page, but I have to accept anybody that wants to follow me, they have to get my permission to follow my page. So she's been slick stalking me ever since that, and other people as well. So just for making a sentence, just for making statements, you have broad stalking. Now, you as Andrew Wilson, you're gonna expose her for being in the streets like that, for having a kind of past, and you think you're just gonna laugh your way into. You got to be more strategic than that. I just remember seeing that situation in that video, and I was like, "That's a mistake, bro. That's a mistake." But he's not socially like he's never been this cool in his life. No disrespect to Andrew Wilson, but a lot of guys are like that. They don't really get into their stride until their late 20s, their 30s, and whatnot. But a lot of those dudes, they don't know what to do with that, or they'll get a decent job and then they don't understand. Oh, I got all these single moms. You see, all the you'll hear this a lot. They'll be like, why all these single moms like me? I'm 31, 32, but it seems like only single moms are the only ones giving me the chance. Exactly. They're looking. These are predators, and you are the prey, right? You're a Vic. So it's these are the things that right? He says, "Oh snap, for real, I'm subscribed." Yeah, Tree Logic. I showed the video live on one of my live streams, and Andrew Wilson was sitting there laughing at her, put her business about her being in the streets on blast. Oh yeah, Pyro was actually on the panel. Pyro was on the panel for this, and we were just like, "Bruh, this gotta be this is a dumb brother. this is a this. I'm like, Andrew Wilson's not that smart." Because I'm like, you need there's certain things you do. You got to understand now. You just made an enemy for life. I used to know this when I was a kid. I remember there's certain things that I would do, and I would already understand. I'm like, I'm fucked. Whatever that relationship is with this individual, it's gonna be fucked after this. It's almost like, when you do, like, I already know, like, if you do like a no call no show at your job once or twice, I'm already, like, I might as well sever that connection. That's never gonna be that's never gonna be good. Some people, they're not, they don't use their brain, right? How about, there's a video. Let me show you something. I know this is I like to show practical things, and it might seem corny when I bring up this example. Let me see if I hope I saved it. I really hope I saved that video. It was a viral video with Shador Sanders and his brother. They were holding like some tryouts or something, some tryouts for the barbers or whatnot. It was a nice, Latino gentleman. He was a little bit nervous. He seems like a soft spoken, gentleman. And one of Shiloh, the younger brother of Shador, and his two friends, they were talking crazy about him, about this young brother, and say, "Oh, he don't got no confidence. This dude a clown." He talking about clowning this dude, like being super disrespectful. And Shador had to step in, and he was like, "Bro, like I know this is supposed to be, this is supposed to be for content and whatnot, but can y'all chill? Can y'all show some kind of respect. I know you might want to reject him, but there's a way to do this. And he had to tell them, he was like, bro, what if you see this guy in the streets? First of all, you especially where Connecticut is a small state, bro. All right. It's a small state. You think you do somebody wrong and you think you're not gonna see them again in the streets, you are sadly mistaken. Man, hold on. I hope they got that video. Yeah, here it is. Let me show you guys something very practical. Let me show you something very practical. Because I honestly, I like videos like this more than hoes yapping. No disrespect. no disrespect. Right. Let's share this screen with you real quick. I hope I don't get like a copyright, but let's see here.
This gonna be the one. I can't see them until they get right there because I don't get right contact.
You nervous?
I don't like your confidence off rip.
Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm from the west side of Cleveland.
You gotta talking to the mic.
I'm from the west side of Cleveland.
What's your name?
Carlos.
Another Carlos.
Look us in the eyes.
My bad. Let me start this from the beginning because I had the overlay in the way.
This gonna be the one. I can't see them until they get right there because I don't get right contact.
You nervous?
I don't like your confidence off rip. Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm from the west side of Cleveland.
You gotta talking to the mic.
I'm from the west side of Cleveland.
What's your name?
Carlos.
Another Carlos.
Look us in the eyes. How long you been boxing?
Oh my God!
Officially since 2017.
What's your favorite sport?
I'm not good at any sports, honestly.
You got a girl?
Yeah.
I made my decision. No more questions. Next.
Now this, I don't know who this boy is, but Shador, if you're listening, please get these clowns. No disrespect to you guys, but please get these clowns away. And Shiloh, you need to do better with your recruiting of your peoples because it's gonna look bad on Shador. But let's keep this.
No, shut up. Next. Taz, next. Appreciate you, buddy. That shit was ass.
You got some loose screws on this family game.
I know.
So right here, then Shador comes in. Watch this.
It's all good.
You still gotta be nice,
need to add to that.
because it's the thing. We'll be running into any of these people random.
Nah, after this, I'm gonna say
You gotta be nice, fam.
Yeah, but not everybody live in the content
It's not what you do,
world.
it's how you do it.
All right, Carlos number 2. They didn't really trust you because you didn't have enough confidence.
Look us in the eyes.
I know there's cameras around here. You probably you know what I'm saying? You probably been on camera a lot. So I already know that. And he was a little too hard on you. So we talked, you know what I'm
It's
saying?
all right.
But
it's all love.
we just going based off personality. And his personality is not nervous and unconfident.
Yeah.
You know, I want him around people that's confident and not worried about what nobody has to say.
But it's interesting what Shador said. He said, what if you run into him in the streets? What if? You never know. It's a small world, bro. It's a very small world. Remember Michael B. Jordan? He on the red carpet. The girl tried to congratulate him, try to claim because they used to go to high school together, but then he called her out for being a bully. So come on, guys. You know, XBY Jay-Z says she's stalking you because women don't take L's well. So Andrew Wilson, he thinks this is a debate world. He thinks he could just really just debate himself out of certain situations. I can just do this and I'll be fine, bro. Shit don't work like that, man. Right? Because I already knew. I when I saw that video of him clowning Tree Logic, it's over, bro. It's over. But anyways, let's dive in. Let's bring up one Instagram story up because I do want to do a couple of other things. I want to cover a couple of other things. Yo. Let's see here. Should I play that or I think I might have played this already? Yeah, I already played this one already. So yeah, we'll do. Well, how about this? How about this? We'll scroll all the way down right here. So this was a very interesting video that I saw. Here we have an Australian man, right? He's saying that he will never date an Australian woman ever again, right? So he's gonna. This is a Chad, and he's gonna go passport bro. He's going passport bro here. So let's play this 1 minute video right here.
I would probably never ever date an Australian woman ever again.
Why?
Just the traditional wife in Australia is unheard of. But
Now, what?
Can I ask?
Yes, Mary.
Sorry, do you mind? When you say traditional, like what does that actually look like?
for a woman that stays home, looks after the family unit,
Do you have any kind of relationship rules for your partner?
yeah, no going out with girls.
What do you mean?
Oh,
Yeah, no
So
going out with girls.
no
at
having
all.
friends, so she can't go to the pub.
I mean, if I'm there, yeah.
So
No,
can you go out on boys' nights?
of course.
Does she have a job?
No,
but you don't want them to work?
no, not at all.
Well, do you provide for her? Like how long have you been together
Yes.
for? So no, well, how long have you been together for?
Year and a half.
Did you say like you don't have to work anymore?
First day, bought her a flight to Byron Bay.
Does she have
But
her
if
own
she did,
bank account?
She has my card on her phone.
Shout out to Reaper Rail in the chat.
Okay, but so you could like cut off the money at any point.
Of course.
Completely dependent on you, is what you're saying.
Yep.
That's a pretty precarious position to be
Between Mary and Hulk, the guy feels very attacked.
I don't care. He's saying really scary things.
My mum and dad had a similar way of brought me up. So
Thoughts and prayers for your mum.
And everyone wants their own thing. And there's nothing wrong with different flavors of variety of types of relationship.
So here,
I would-
the average feminist, she has a problem with Chads. Now they have all the leverage. They have all the leverage. So the average man probably has zero leverage, but to the few that do, you can't tell them what to do. Not in this year, at this age and time, maybe back in the 2000s, yes. That's why the Chads used to be a lot more meaner to the guys than the girls back then. Now the Chads are a lot more nicer to the guys, or the jocks, they're a lot more nicer to the guys than the girls. Believe it or not. So it's because now they have all the leverage. They getting all the punani. So now Chads basically get to choose when they want to do certain things, when they want to settle down, when they want to have sex, when they want to. So it's very interesting. You see the fat woman in there. Most dudes would have gotten grilled and got called. Notice she didn't call him a misogynist. She just said this sounds scary, but really she was attracted to the dude. And she knows that a guy like this has all the leverage in today's dating market. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting. The Chads are going passport, bro. But they can say it, and then things can happen, things can change because they have the leverage. So right here, let's replay this one more time.
probably never ever date an Australian woman ever again.
Why?
Just the traditional wife in Australia is unheard of.
And just to let you know, a lot of people are in this position, men and women. Just people are just tired of each other. Australian men are tired of Australian women. Australian women are tired of Australian men. So you'll have Australian women. They'll think that they'll move to America because they like the arrogance of the average American man, they think, and then they go to America and realize it's not what it's all cracked out to be. Or they'll try a different race of man or a different race of woman, and they'll realize it's not what it's cracked out to be. So everybody's just tired of each other. So I've mentioned that as well. XVYJZ says Chad Light just triggered the fridge, but she can't do anything.
Now, what?
Can I ask?
Yes, Mary.
Sorry, do you mind? When you say traditional, like what does that actually look like?
For a woman that stays home, looks after the family unit,
Do you have any kind of
So most dudes are even they can't even say that. I want a woman to just stay home, just cook, clean, and then that's it, right? dudes in my position, they're not gonna say that, right? That's why I remember I saved the video, right, of me when I was on my cousin's podcast. I don't know, do I still have that video? Right here, when I said this on my cousin's podcast.
So what do you guys consider wifey material?
Cook, clean.
I just say you want a slave, dude.
Yeah, like you just
Cook, clean.
You want the traditional joint.
I know, right?
This is my wife.
Like this, dudes in my position, they're not gonna say what he said out loud. They're not, right? I'm not saying that makes me cool. I'm just saying we can't risk that. We cannot risk that. They're gonna say that you looking for a slave. But it's interesting when he said what he was looking for. They actually had a lot more things to say to him. But what are they gonna say? Oh, you are what they're gonna call this dude an incel? They're gonna call this dude an incel. They're gonna call him bitter and hurt. They're gonna call him a slave driver. No, it's just gonna look stupid, right?
Have any kind of relationship rules for your partner?
Yeah, no going out with girls.
What do you mean?
Oh.
Bruh, he said my bitch can't go out. This dude, he's just like, yo, nah, first of all, my current broad, she's doing this, she's cooking and cleaning. Oh yeah, also she can't go out. By the way, Chad's, their side chicks are already doing that for him. Off rip. Cooking and cleaning, believe it or not. Now, it might not be the best looking women because the Chads are not really getting their 8s and 9s and 10s to do that. But I'll say a woman like this, but they'll do all of this for a Chad that doesn't even care about them, right? So she's trying to, play the feminist card and just, trying to, she's trying to keep, that feminist dream alive, but really she has nothing to say because she will, if he asked her out, she would be willing to do all of that for him, even if she was just a side chick.
Yeah, no going out to girls.
No having
at all.
friends, so she can't go to the pub.
I mean, if I'm there, yeah.
So
No,
can you go out on boys' nights?
of course.
Does she have a job?
No,
But you don't want them to work?
no, not at all.
So notice they don't call him a misogynist. All she ends up doing is, man, that sounds kind of scary. That's the most that she can say.
Well, do you provide for her? Like, how long have you been together
Yes,
for?
yes.
So how long have you been together for?
Year and a half.
Did you say like, you don't have to work anymore?
First day, bought her a flight to Byron Bay.
See how silent it is in the room? But I already know if that was me saying this shit, people gonna be like, no, what do you want, a slave? What are you, a misogynist? What's it, misogynoir and all these terms? You don't like, I notice nobody said he doesn't like women, even though he openly said I will never date an Australian woman ever again because they don't do what I want them to do. Only a Chad can afford to say something like that out loud in today's age, especially when you're talking about a feminist haven like Australia or England. It's very interesting stuff.
Does she have her
if she
own
did.
bank account?
She has my card on her phone,
Okay, but so you could like cut off the money at any point.
of course.
Completely dependent on you, is what you're saying.
Yep.
That's a pretty precarious position to be
Between Mary and Hulk, the guy feels very attacked.
I don't care. He's saying really scary things.
My mum and dad had a similar way of brought me up. So
Thoughts and prayers for your mum.
And everyone wants their own thing. And there's nothing wrong with different flavors of variety of types of relationship.
Mind you, she's smiling the whole time in the back. I see her. Yep, Chad gets away with murder. Just to let you, especially in this marketplace, the reason why you're seeing the dynamics the way they are. When I grew up, it was because it was more of a competition, right? We bring you see how we bring up the example of the figure skater. The reason why Elisa Liu, the figure skater, is so attractive to many of the men is because back in the days, in the 2000, even in the 2000s, the average man had a chance to get a chick like that. Now, a chick like Elisa Lou in today's dating market, she's demanding the Chad. She's out of the average man's price range, right? The average man is invisible to a guy to a girl like an Elisa Lou, but dudes always had a chance to get a chick like that, right? So it wasn't a situation where the Chads could just get whatever. Yes, yeah, the Chads could get whatever girl they want, but they still had to do things to obtain them. Now the Chads, they don't have to do nothing. They just exist, and they could just. That's why you'll see now. Back then, that's why back in the 2000s or even in the 90s, and obviously beyond, but 2000s and beyond, you'll have the jocks. They would be hazing dudes that were underneath them. You'd have these dudes bullying people and all this stuff. They don't do that anymore. Them niggas is soaked. Them niggas is they're drowning, and I'm talking about not in a good way. They're drowning in punani. So they don't even have the energy. Bro, why do you think you see how most of the women they're always complaining about, they always say, why are these dudes always thinking that we want six figures, we want our man to make all this money. To be fair to those ladies, a lot of the Chads today are broke. A lot of the Chads today, the Chads and Tyrones, if they're not in the finance field or an athlete, they're broke. They're still living with their parents. They're still living with a roommate. They're living in a basement, but they're drowning in punani. I'm talking about they're drowning. So they're not even. It's just. They're not tripping off the small shit. And when you have dudes like that, if you're a dude and you're getting all this punani and you don't even need to make the effort, you just exist. What financial incentive is there for you to actually make your life better? If you're already getting all the reward, you're getting all the rewards. So that's why we have the dynamic that we have now. Like they'll show you the two specific dudes that have the most accurate feelings towards women are the Chads and the so-called incels, the dudes that get no woman. They have the same viewpoint because they know exactly what women are. The incels because they see the true nature of women. They see how women really treat them. They basically treat them that like they're nothing. And then with the Chads, they get to see all sides of the woman. They get to see everything good about a woman, but everything wrong. And the wrong heavily outweighs the good, especially with today's women. So the Chads are in the position, especially if you're talking about if the guy's a Chad and he has money, he literally gets to go on a podcast like this or on a radio station on mainstream air. I need my bitch to cook. I need my bitch to clean. My bitch can't go out. I give her my credit card and I get to cut it off at any time. He gets to say this. It's very interesting when you see that dynamic. I can't even see myself saying that. I can't see myself saying that shit. Not in public. I can't see that. Most men they're not gonna do. Even the Chads here, they're afraid to say some shit like that out loud. They'll just demonstrate, but they're not going to say it out loud. And I'm pretty sure there was probably women in the comment section. They probably saw the video of him on TikTok, and there were probably women in the comment section thirsting over him and saying, "Oh, I don't mind doing that for him." XVYJZ says, "Yep, I've noticed an uptick in women flirting with me as a ripple effect of this." Or Pyro says, "While I'm dying," he says, "While I'm dying for thirst like Kendry." So, but you heard what I said though. They're drowning in punani, but not in a good way, because unfortunately, when you get all these things up front, right? Ask dudes that went through puberty, a little earlier than usual. When you're getting all these, the benefit of female attention up front, sometimes I'll say a lot of the times it stunts your growth as a man, because you're not really aiming, because now you're like, because dudes are what's the natural progression of a dude? Okay, I'm not getting women, I'm not getting the attention. I gotta do something. I gotta play a sport, I gotta make some money, I gotta do something, I gotta do something to increase my status, my leverage, my financial leverage, so I can get a woman. But what happens to the dudes that are already getting all the women up front? What happens to those dudes? They end up what? They end up becoming, bodyguards. No disrespect. They end up becoming, they'll be they'll become like chefs, or stuff. They end up pursuing something else. A lot of them, they don't even end up making any money once later on in life, because they've already received the best by the time they were literally a kid. So they're not really aiming to be OD, to be in such a financial like leverage position. If they do end up doing it, they're not really aiming to be a millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire. If you're getting rewarded with all this punani up front, I'm not going to say what's the point, but what's the point of you really advancing yourself financially if you're getting all the rewards? Let's take it for example. Right now we have an extreme problem going on in America, right? Or how about this? Let me take an example. You take the Dominican Republic, right? Dominican women usually don't leverage sex over their men, right? So men over there are just they're not OD tripping over themselves to do this to get sex from a woman, but the consequences of that is the country isn't as developed as you would like it to be. There's not a whole bunch of ingenuity, I'm not going to say inventions, but progressiveness of the society, of dudes really pushing themselves to make this a really developed type of a nation. And a lot of that has to do with a lot of the guys that get the sex already. They're not tripping over that. So they don't feel the need to push for it. This is why guys be going to the Dominican Republic. So now they'll just stay like that. But now what we have in America is the complete opposite. So you have guys in America who are in the middle or lower down in the totem pole. They're getting zero sex. So much so they're saying, what's the point? What's the point of me working hard to get all this money and all these assets just to attract a woman that's going to rob me via the court system, via child support, via divorce, and all these things? So we have the opposite going on in America or in Western civilizations, where the dudes with no sex have that kind of a hopelessness, right? So it's a very interesting dynamic. So so you have exactly. Thank you. XVY Jay-Z says facts. Men need something to work for. He says true. Both extremes end up with men being unmotivated. Same thing with a lot of these countries like why am I the Philippines or Thailand. I forgot which. There's a specific country where prostitution isn't illegal. So you'll have these countries where it's not getting sex is not a or getting intimacy, physical intimacy from a woman. It's just natural. So now those countries, a lot of those countries like that, they don't tend to be that developed. That's that longing for that physical intimacy, leverage, sexual leverage, right? That's what drives most men. I'll say really it drives all men to procreate, to have access to. But if you have a situation where you do have all the access to the woman, what's the point? If you have no access to the woman, and even if you do work your way up, you still have no access to women, what's the point? So we have that extreme going on in America with the guys in the middle and at the bottom. They're like, what's the point? So they're not even trying. That's why you don't see dudes in college. You don't see dudes aiming to get money. You don't see. They're like, man, what's going on? And then you'll even have the Chads. What's the point of them getting all this money if they're getting all the punani right then and there? What's the point? You got the Chad, like, dude, all the Chads and Tyrones that I know of, most of them are living with they're living with the girl. The girl is not necessarily taking care of him, or the girl is making more money than him. Most of the Chads and Tyrones that I know of that are in their 20s, their late 20s or early 30s. A lot of them too, their girls are paying for him, and they let him still mess with multiple women, right? So it's a very interesting dynamic that I see. It's very interesting. So unfortunately, we have this extreme in America where you have the guys here, they just feel like, what's the point? What's the point? I'm like, don't y'all find it, let's take, how about this? Let's take the the black Mexican player, right? The Colombian dude. So it's very interesting. The black Colombian dude that ended up playing for Mexico, he claims Mexico. He's Mexican by marriage, right? But the reason why he claims that is because his wife is Mexican, his family is Mexican. Now, he got sex when he was in Colombia. That no doubt about that. I'm pretty sure. But he is grateful to Mexico for giving him a soccer career, money, woman, and a family. That's just what it is. This is why, when really, if you're trying to run a society, you can't have it where you're demotivating the men, where women have the sexual leverage in society. You can't have that. You can't have that. If you want your society to keep growing, it's just not going to work that way. If women are given the sexual leverage, the society is going to you're just going to have to be cool with the negative birth rate. You're just going to have to be cool with the with immigrants coming in and all this nonsense. So it is what it is. Let me see. So Callie said it's the entitlement. So she's talking about the Chads, I'm assuming. Yeah, okay. So the Chads. So here's the thing about the Chads or the Tyrones. I wouldn't say they're entitled. They're just getting it. They just get it. That's why it's really hard. You see how, like, women will have dating advice. They will tell their women play hard to get. The reason why they'll say that is because they're not aiming for the average man. They're aiming for chads, right? So playing hard to get might work on a chad once in a while because the chads are so used to just getting it. So remember when we were talking about Matt Stafford and how, Matt Stafford's wife at the time, she was out here playing tricks on her and all this nonsense, tricks on him and sleeping with the QB, backup QB, is because he's just so used to girls. He's the quarterback of Georgia. He's the quarterback of University of Georgia. Every bitch is literally just worshiping him. Eventually, he'll probably want a challenge, right? Guys like that, they're drowning in it, right? They're drowning in the attention. So playing hard to get might work for a chad that's a simp, right? A chad that's a little bit weak for women, right? A Will Smith type, right? So you'll hear women say stuff like that because they're aiming for a chad. Now that's obviously that's not going to work for the average man, especially not now. That's just not going to work, right? But they're not that advice is not for when women are giving like these crazy dating advice that doesn't work. Is because they're talking about their drug dealer boyfriends that they attracted and their tattoo artist boyfriends and their the significantly older boyfriend that they had when they was in high school and their athletic Chad or Tyrone situationship that they're part of. So that will work with that. But that's what I will say. I don't think the Chads are entitled. They're just getting it. They're just it's not even men are not they don't feel entitled to pussy. They don't. The guys that are getting it, they're just getting it. And then the guys that are not getting it, it's just they're just frustrated. But never entitled. But yeah. But I think from a woman's standpoint, the Chads might seem entitled only because they could always call another girl to get the job done. So that's why you'll see a lot of the girls that are ranked 9 out of 10s, all the girls are 9 out of 10s, the girls that are 8 out of 10s, they can't keep a Chad. It's impossible. Because Chads have a whole bunch of 4 out of 10s and 3 out of 10s that are willing to literally lick his dirty draws for existing. And men in general, when it comes to sex, they'll take a 2 out of 10 for one night, even a couple of weeks. Somebody's always willing to do the job that another girl won't do. So that's why the 8, 9s, and 10, the 8 out of 10s, the 9 out of 10s, they just be going after finance bros. Strictly finance bros. But yeah, that's yeah, the biker gang boyfriend. playing hard to get for the biker gang boyfriend. Yeah. People forget those are gang members. Oh man, I remember I did a show. The thing is with the biker gangs, those guys, they're always so nice to the normal public, people. So they don't really start mess with the normie citizen. So that's why their public image is always straight. And not every biker gang are violent and dangerous. So they don't have that reputation. But yeah, I remember, man, every time like I would play at certain pubs, these people always they're not even working for the club or working with the security. Be like, hey, do you want me to put in your keyboards and on stage? I'm like, no, I'm good. That's I'm like, nah, don't worry about that. They always be going out their way to be very respectful. But yeah, the biker gang boyfriend right there. Oh man. Just why are they frustrated? Sex. Oh man, do I have that song? No, I don't have that. It's a Jamaican song that's Pyro, we need to talk about. There's this song that I've been looking for the past 2 or 3 years. I heard it at a club. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in a different time. They say LOL lack thereof. But yeah, it's not just the lack thereof, but also the lack of physical intimacy, the lack of appreciation, especially if you're a guy, you're in a situation, you're with a girl. Nothing's worse. I'll say this. A lot of guys are coming on to the knowledge that nothing is worse than being in a sexless relationship. So you're in the relationship, you're doing all these things for the woman, and you're still not getting physical intimacy. You're still not getting appreciated. You get more appreciation from women that are not even connected to you. So that's that's where really the frustration comes. It's not just the sex. It's just now dudes are just realizing they're seeing a bunch of the guys, they're talking how they're in sexless marriages and all this stuff. That's what did it for me when I started finding out the statistics about the sexless marriages. And then there'll be dudes that are in the women that don't think they're not in sexless marriages. You'll ask them, how many times do you sleep with your husband a week? And then they'll say something crazy like once or twice, or some women will say, oh yeah, we're not in a sexless marriage. We sleep at least 3 to 4 times a month. Dudes are looking at they're doing the math and they're just like, nah. They're just doing the math and they're like, nah, we're good. We're good. It's not just the sex, it's also the intimacy. It's the appreciation, you know. But yeah, Pyro, we need to talk about that. This a song. I'm gonna send like a voice note. I'm gonna sound so crazy. I'm gonna send the voice note and I'm gonna ask if you know the song name and the artist. There's this joke that I want to run on this on this Jamaican chick I know. Not to smash. I just want to run it on her just to see the reaction. all the women that I'm with, they always get mad when I start breaking into song. They'll say some shit and then I'm like, oh man, that reminds me of a song I know. They'd be like, shut up. God damn. I always got a song to connect to everything, man. Callie Dime says, isn't that a them issue? Why is it our fault? Hey, you can act like I'm crazy. Oh man. Yeah. I always got a song for everything, man. That shit is easy. And then they basically then the women get mad that I won't cut off. I'll keep the song going and I only cut off until it's like, okay, they get mad. They'll be like, okay, stop. Just cut the song off. Just don't do it. Nah, that's what happens. I grew up, the way I grew up, all the music that I know, please. By the way, the dirtiest song I've ever heard in public, maybe because it was in public, I think it was the Vibes Cartel. It was the Miss Independent remix. The Vibes Cartel Miss Independent remix. That is probably the dirtiest song I ever heard in my life. That and this other Lil Wayne song, I can't remember what happened. But those two specific songs, it was during a soccer game and they were playing it on the PA for all the parents, for all the people. I think that's really what it was, because a lot of times you're listening to these songs and you don't realize how dirty these songs are until like your parents are sitting right next to you, or it's when when your uncle and your aunt is sitting right next to you, then you realize, oh man, this song's kind of dirty. Yeah, both of those songs happen at a soccer game. The Vibes Cartel Miss Independent remix. I think that's what it is. If you guys get the chance, that is one of the dirtiest songs. Don't play it. Don't play this out loud. Don't play this out loud. Let me see. Vibes Cartel Miss Independent. Yeah. With Spice Romping Shop. Hold on, let me share the tab. That is one of the dirtiest songs you will ever hear. Just listen to it. You'll don't trust me. I know, people be like, oh no, they be speaking patois and it might be hard for me to understand. No, you're gonna hear the English. The English is gonna be very clear. The English is gonna be very clear on here. Trust me. You're going this, and then a Lil Wayne song that I heard at a university soccer game in 2016. That was crazy. That was wild. Kunami says I break into to a song too, but my wife is from Ghana and younger, so she knows my songs. Oh man. Wait, my neck, my back. That sounds familiar. I don't think that's dirtier. Nah, that's not dirtier than Miss Independent. Nah. Kia, my neck and my back. Kia, my neck and my back is not dirtier than Miss Independent. No. Listen to Miss Independent remix. Well, and the Vibes Cartel is just in general. He's just Shout out to Pyro with the $2 super chat. Man. I think I got two. Do I got two sound bites for this, or do I still got the same one? No, I got the same one.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Shout out to Pyro with a $2 super chat. He says Chris said he's gonna sound crazy. Yeah. I'm gonna send a voice note, and I'm just gonna hope you recognize it. Yeah. Vibes Cartel, real man. Hey, that's a real bad man. Vibes Cartel is a funny dude too. He's unintentionally funny. B. Watkins says of dirty songs that I have heard recently are kind of mid. He said mostly Chad chasing songs like Sports Car by Tate McRae, Baby S by Madison Beer, and whatever Sabrina Carp. Yeah. Sabrina Carpenter, her music. Her and what's her name? Fuck. This is another one of the golf chick. Why am I blanking on her name? But yeah, Sabrina Carpenter, she's definitely dirty. She's dirty. But they allow her they allow her stuff on stage because it's still somewhat stage friendly. But really, people shouldn't even be mad about what's dirty and what's not dirty after they allowed Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion to perform WAP on Disney airwaves. Yeah, Billie Eilish, that's her name. Yeah, Billie Eilish. A lot of her songs are sketchy as well. So, but yeah, B. Watkins, you're right. A lot of these songs, they're just straight Chad chasing songs. Especially when you talk about all these, the country girls. A lot of these are Chad chasing songs. We'll keep it a buck. These are Chad chasing songs. Oh man. And then I remember, then you got Janae Aiko. She makes songs for dudes, for women who fell in love with drug dealers. Summer Walker, she makes songs for women that love like broke pookies. That's just facts. It's just you can't even deny. That's if you look at the lyrics of these songs, these are just facts, right? You know, no disrespect, Erica Badu and all these people. Adina Howard, Adina Howard, apparently she was like a real freak. Her husband at the time was like a famous dude. He he said, look, he said this on TV. He said, I had to break up with Adina. I had to divorce her because she wanted sex all the time. And he was like, and he said, I couldn't provide that. I just couldn't do it. So he had to humbly bow out. So Adina Howard was really she was a freak, like a real freak. So dudes might think they might want a nympho until they get one. Okay, so I'm trying to think. Because I don't think I've been with a nympho. I don't think so. But I've been with like, you know, chicks that are a little bit over horny, but I don't think I've ever really been with a nympho. Maybe one time, but I don't think I've been with a nympho for a prolonged period of time. But when I was in high school, I was there was a dude on my team. His girl was a nympho. He had to let her go. he had to. I don't even want to say the university that she ended up going to. I don't even want to say the university that she went to. But the chick was because he was a junior, she was a senior. So he eventually had to let her go, and then they ended up going back together. I don't know if they're still together because I haven't checked up on them since college. But his girl was a nympho. I'm talking about when she wanted it, it didn't matter who was in the car, she was getting it on. One time, what had happened was apparently these people, it was him and his boy, they were driving. She wanted the sex. I'm talking about right then and there. She didn't care that his homeboy was in the front car. So they stopped at my house. I remember seeing a car one time just kind of like parked, you know, at my parents', you know, near my parents' driveway, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" All of a sudden, I go to homeroom. They were like, "Yo, you know, we were just at your house." I'm like, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You've been at my house?" No, we were at the. Yeah, he said homeboy's girl was going in, and I'm like, "How do you know?" "Oh yeah, I was in the front seat." What the? I'm like, so y'all was out here rocking the car. Because anybody that knows, first of all, when you're having car sex, the thing is the I don't care how big your car is, the car is gonna be rocking, and the window is gonna be foggy and all types of whatever. So I don't know how he stayed in the front seat and just dealt with it while his friend and his girl were going in at it, but that's just how she was. It don't matter when it was. She just anytime homeboy ever offered a ride, I was like, nah, I'm good. Whenever it was him and his girl was nice. His girl was a really nice person. Nah, I'm not trying to get caught up. I'm definitely not gonna try to get caught up in that. But I'll say this out there. I feel like I've worked with some nymphos though. I definitely feel like I've worked with some nymphos. Let me see. Olivia Rodrigo, like most Filipina chicks. Yeah, she's dirty. She's dirty. Yeah, the pink. I don't know who's Zara Larson. What the fuck is that? Let me look up Zara Larson. Zara Larson. I'm pretty sure I know who that is if I see the face. Zara Larson. Is she in a band or something? I don't know why I don't recognize her for some reason. She's pretty as hell. Ain't gonna hold you. She's pretty. But oh, she's my age. Oh, I got that sound bite for that, man. Yes, sir.
That dick is my age.
Oh man. Yeah, but yeah, the Pink Pantheress, you got Icy Spicy, you have and then the female rappers, they're just they're all dirty. All all the stuff is just them literally bragging about selling punani and yeah. B. Waska says, to be fair, most women write Chad chasing songs, and the ones who don't sing about Stacy chasing. Who don't sing about Stacy chasing. Zara Larson made Lush Life, nice song to dance in the summer. Tyler Dirty. I don't know. Tyler, she's an interesting case because obviously she's gonna be a freak. She's gonna be a freak for whoever she's attracted to, but that doesn't make her like just a overall freak. Tyler, she's trying to take advantage of her platform. So she wants what's that dude's name I said last time? Shit. She wants Bellingham. That's what she wants. And Tyler the type to be to do something stupid like fall in love with a Future and then learn her lesson and then okay, I gotta get a Bellingham. she strikes me as the type. Kunami says that's why the best actual love songs are written by men. Exactly. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. But anyways, let's get into Andrew Wilson. Because I was gonna should I show another video or no, I won't have time because there's this other video I want to show. There was this other video I wanted to show. It was like a gargantuan Caucasian woman who was she for some reason she doesn't understand why she keeps getting smashed and dashed. Right. So I wanted to go over that, but that's the video's too long. I want to go over the Andrew Wilson stuff. Reaper Rail says Tyler wants a white boy at the highest, but will go for a light skin like Bellingham. I'm not saying she won't go for a white dude, but I think she wants Bellingham. That's what she wants. One of them football players. Like you see, what's the really famous female? It's this Swiss female footballer. I think her name is Alicia Lemon. Hope I'm getting her name right. This chick, right? I'm like, she was. If we're gonna keep it a buck, she's been famous for a long time. Like she's 27 now. She's around my age, right?
That dick is my age.
Like she's around my age at the time, but like when she was 20, she was already getting mad attention. She was getting mad attention specifically for her rear end, but she was blonde. She was a white lady. She was getting mad attention. But I always knew Alicia Lemon wanted a black dude. I always knew that. That's what she wanted a in her case, if she couldn't get a black famous footballer, she was gonna get a black UK street ninja. I knew it. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she's engaged to a street ninja. Mandem. she's she's literally engaged to one of those dudes. So I always knew that. That was like I clocked her easy when I was younger. I was like, oh, she's looking for She's looking for one of those. But there was this one female footballer. Let me see if I don't remember her I don't remember her name. Shoot. But she was on the Manchester City female football team. Let me see. Manchester City women's team. 2016. She was English. There was another. She was super pretty at the time. Yeah, that was her name. Tony Duggan. I don't know what she looks like now, but I remember at the time I thought she was gorgeous. At the time. She's kind of aged out of the game a little bit because she's 30. Yeah, she's 35 years old now. But I remember like 10 years ago. 10 years ago. That was a crush of mine. I ain't even gonna hold you. Let's see, 2016? Like, not only was she a decent player, but she had like yeah. Yeah, everybody was after her. Like, I remember in 2015, 2016, because not only was she a good player, but she was really good for the billboards at the time. So, yeah. Yeah, everybody had a crush on this chick. Let me see. Open image, a new tab. Everybody had a crush on this chick back in 2015, 2016 when I was like in high school. Everybody did. But I don't know. And then this is other chick. There's this other chick that's playing right now. She's the Manchester City women's keeper right now. She's like, yeah. What's her name? Keating. Is that her name? Hope I'm saying her name correctly. I don't know. Well, I don't know if she's still on that roster. Yeah, Kiera Keating. See if I can bring up a picture real quick. Because I don't even know what club she's playing for right now. But see, open link in new tab. What club is she playing for right now? I have no idea. Well, I think she's playing for I don't know what she's playing for right now. But I don't think she's playing for City. But yeah. Yeah, everybody had a crush on her. Like I'm talking about right now. All them UK ninjas are after her right now. No doubt about it. B. Watkins says men actually understand love and what it feels like from all sides, both surface and nuance wise, while women only understand love through what Chad is at that moment to them. I agree. XVY Jay-Z says, oh yeah, Speed called her out. Oh, Alicia Lemon. Yeah, that's, But yeah, everybody's been after Alicia for a minute though. The first chick from Switzerland. He said, I'm pretty sure Drizzy clapped, man. Drizzy done clapped all them hoes. Kevin Durant, all them, Drake, KD, Shaq. They be clapping all the hoes that be getting popular off of IG. Henoch says, nah, I had a crush on a chick from the Resident Evil live action trilogy. He says, I can tell me and Chris are very like-minded on our taste in women. Yeah, like me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even care, like, with her, like with Kiera, I don't even care that she got the gap in her teeth. Well, I don't think she has a gap in her teeth anymore, but I don't care. I want your natural look. Now, obviously, she still has some makeup here, but I know what she looks like. I know exactly what she looks like, right? Even like when it comes to because I remember Undead Chronic was talking about this, and I actually agreed with him. Like I'm talking about 120%. He says when I'm getting a Mexican woman or I'm getting a Latino, like yeah, specifically a Mexican woman or Central American woman, I want her to look Mexican. I want her to look straight like she's from the Incas. Straight from the Incas. I want that. I don't want Europeanized Mexican. If I want a European girl, I'm gonna get a European girl. Facts. Exactly. B. Watson says the gap in the teeth makes it all the better. Exactly. I want it exactly like I want her exactly how she is. Facts. Like I remember I was with this one chick this was when I was way younger though. This was I had to be at least 19 or 20 at the time. She was like a Mexican. Like you can tell like she could pass as like you like she was like a tribal, like Incas tribal type ish. Looking back, I'm pretty sure she's like, why did I even go out with this dude? And probably looking back, I could say, why did I go out with her a little bit? But when you're young, especially when you're young and you're both working at, well, never mind. But anyways, B. Watson says, I like my Mexican woman with short hair and dark skin. Yeah, I like my specifically my Venezuelan woman. I like my Venezuelan woman dark skinned. Or how about this? I'll say darker skin. I don't want, you know what I mean? Well, I'll say, yeah, brown. I'll say it like that. I want them real brown skinned. Facts. You'll be surprised. There's certain women you'll bump into or you'll have a relationship with, and they'll be insecure about these things. But anyway. Anyway, let's go to Andrew Wilson. By the way, guys, remember I told you when I told you I survived MILF Factory right before the World Cup. I survived MILF Factory. Yeah, man, that was some crazy shit right there, bro. Dude, I was working with chicks. I was working with pretty young chicks, and I'm talking about the old chicks and the young chicks and the chicks my age were all pretty. All of them couldn't speak a lick of English. Only, or some of them could speak English. They would hide it because they didn't want to. They didn't because they didn't want to. I'm not gonna say they didn't want to help me, but they didn't want to. They didn't want to be the permanent translator, right? But the permanent translator ended up getting a promotion. That's a whole nother story for another day, right? But yeah, I could not concentrate. I was literally at MILF Factory. I could not concentrate. Man, I could not concentrate. Like it was chicks out here that were bangers, bro. at the spot that I was working at. That I couldn't believe it. I don't even know how I survived that. But anyways, back to Andrew Wilson. Back to Andrew Wilson. For anybody that's new joining in, I believe that Candace Owens won the debate, but that's not the point. That's not the point. What I took from the debate is that Andrew Wilson is clearly compromised by Turning Point USA, and from this point on, anybody that is connected to Turning Point USA, you are suspect. Anybody that is connected to Turning Point USA is suspect. You know how I talk about, anybody connected to Rock Nation, anybody connected to, right? Suspect. And I believe that Turning Point USA, they're covering, or there are people in the higher ups in the Turning Point USA, they are complicit. I believe they are complicit in the deletion of CK. So that's what this debate, that was the summary that's what I took from the debate. Now, number one, and I might need to find this video. Number one, we need to find out, and please let me know in the chat if I'm wrong. Please let me know. We need to find out if Andrew Wilson, if he offered the 300K first. Did he offer it first, or did Candace Owens was like, look, if you want to debate me so bad, look, shit, you might have to spot me that 300K. Either way, that still makes Andrew Wilson look bad on his end, right? Andrew Wilson offers 300K on Joe Rogan. I got to find that clip. Okay. Yeah. So apparently, according to this podcaster, Andrew Wilson called out Candace Owens. So I was right. So he called her out for 300K. So we really got to analyze it, why I think he's compromised. I'm not going to just say it. We got to go through this. We got to go through this one by one. Yeah, exactly. Including Erika. I do not trust her at all. People need to do their research on Erika, what the places that she's banned from, her connections with Orange Man, her history as a pageant girl from back in the day, and we already know what comes with that. I believe she was one of, or if not the main handler of CK. A lot of these women are sent to these men. The women that you see with a lot of these men is not by accident. They didn't just fall in love. I remember I saw a video of, there was a conservative who tried to say that no, what are you guys talking about? She loved CK. Look at this video about them meeting for the first time. And I'm like, you never seen that? And she showed they showed a video of Erika just staring at, Charlie Kirk, giving him like the complete hot lead. I'm like, y'all never seen a predator stare at a prey? Y'all never seen a leopard? Y'all never seen a leopard's eyes on National Geographic when they see the deer, and it's just it's just yo. I remember seeing this National Geographic clip on YouTube, and it just opened up with the leopard and the focus that the leopard's eyes was on it was on a monkey or a baboon or something. I forgot which type of monkey it was, but it was just focused. I ain't never seen the eyes of the leopard was so focused. guys, just because you're getting a hot lead from a woman does not mean you take that hot lead. You never know. It could be a setup. She could be after your money. It could be all types of reasons why you're getting a hot lead. Maybe she just want to get her rocks off. Fine. But there's when certain people are sent to you, they'll give you the hot lead. Women know what to do. Trust me, they know what to do if they want to guarantee you. If they're a little bit iffy on you, yeah, they'll give you some signals from here and there. But if they know that they need to have you, they will go out their way to make it known that they want you. I'm talking about if it's pivotal that they need to get you right now, they will go out their way. And it doesn't matter what their agenda is. If they need you, they're going to get you. And so that video of, Erika just staring at CK, and I was like, man, these conservatives, bro, they so slow, man. They so slow. That person saw love in Erika Kirk's eyes, but what I saw a predator. Like I saw I don't want to say a demon, but I saw a woman on a mission to get Charlie Kirk to know that, hey, I'm feeling you. What you finna do? Mm-hmm. Oh man. Pyro with another $2 super chat, man. Shout out to Pyro with the donations tonight.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Yeah.
Living in America.
Oh, my bad. Pyro says, Chris, why are you lying? You a fan of Andrew, man. Oh, man. I'll say this. I do need to let up on Andrew sometimes. So you'll see me like sometimes I'll go months without, doing an Andrew Wilson video. I only do an Andrew Wilson video when he does a debate. Like, or a debate that intrigues me. Because what's interesting, when I covered the debate that Andrew Wilson did with Rich Cooper, I didn't outright say that Rich Cooper won or Andrew Wilson lost, or Andrew won. I didn't really come up with a conclusion. But even though I didn't fuck with Rich Cooper, I did give him credit for putting me onto some information about the religious marriage rate. I had no idea that you had warlocks and witches and all these atheists with better marriage rates than Christians. That's Christians of certain sects. That's crazy work. So all that ecclesiastical down the trash for as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, man. Enoch said he was coping by using an AI to set himself as the one who won the debate. Yeah, I saw that. He was talking about, oh yeah, all the AI servers and all the AI databases. They said that I won the debate. Dude, they took the poll down for a reason. Enoch said he offered the 300K. Yo, because I just had to make sure. Because we gotta go. We gotta break this down. We gotta make sure we not missing anything.
That she didn't even want to marry Charlie Kirk. But let's start off right here where they're having the conversation that they're claiming leftists formed a party to purposely attack TPUSA to take them down.
Right now, you have progressives who are funded by Act Blue, right? And I've proven this. We traced all their money. It's progressives funded by Act Blue who are pushing the same narrative that like Candace Owens and others are pushing on the idea of Charlie Kirk's death and the conspiracy around that. So
they're absolutely being paid to push this?
Well, their stated mission, this particular progressive group, their stated mission was to take down tpusa. I'll tell you a story. This is the tale of all tales.
Okay.
Really? Let's see if we can bring this up as well. So I brought up the Joe Rogan interview on a separate tab. So I'll look through that in the meantime while I play this.
So Charlie Kirk has this huge outreach program that's happening through tpusa on these college campuses. He's got viral clip after viral clip after viral clip. They are going wild. He's going campus to campus. He's doing his thing. He's being dogged by a progressive organization. This progressive organization shows up at almost all of these tpusa events with the stated mission upward because
involved in the assassination. What we're trying to say is that they're hiding information that can possibly lead to whoever it was or the group that assassinated or that was a part of Charlie Kirk's assassination.
And it's very interesting. He's there, you know, when he opened up the show, when Andrew Wilson opened up the debate, where he's reading an alleged text message from CK. He's trying to put all the drama on the left by saying that he believes that the left was trying to attack CK. That's how I knew that this was a setup. That's a setup. A lot of people think you can blame the split in the conservative party on Candace Owens all you want, but what happened last year around the same time, I don't remember what month it was. I think it was September. Yeah, I think it was September. Yeah, it was September something, 2025. After what happened, that event, that's what triggered the split. Not Candace Owens, because it was about 2 weeks before Candace Owens had her say about what she thought happened with the assassination. But for those 2 weeks, there were plenty of people looking at Erika Kirk like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Or people were looking at Turning Point USA, the organization. People were looking at the funeral. People were looking at the strange connections between the findings on who the real shooter was. That all happened in the span of a week, let alone 2 weeks. And Candace Owens didn't really say anything about the situation until 2 weeks passed.
That's what we're trying to find. And it just makes tpusa look extremely fishy because every time questions are being brought up, they have no answer for it. And they
the ones who actually set up and murdered Charlie Kirk.
And you don't think that tpusa is doing that exact same thing?
They're seeing 4K
shooting that Mauser.
Sensationalize this thing for clicks, like what
was Tyler Robinson or not? Several months ago as well, where they
who he was platforming.
Right.
Said, well, I'll leave the pro-Israeli cause. Huge personality.
And I already explained why they didn't look at Nick Fuentes as a threat compared to Charlie Kirk. It
said until Kirk's death, tpusa actually moved a lot more towards the Groyper Fuentes position than they moved towards the kind of pro-Israel, this type of position. I mean, people to debate their positions.
Like who won't debate their positions?
We offered Candace Owens. I offered her.
So I found the spot. So right here, pay attention. Another Freudian slip. Watch this.
To say
in this particular conspiracy, you can't get these people to debate their positions.
Like who won't debate their positions?
We offered Candace Owens. I offered her $300,000 to do a debate.
He said we offered Candace Owens 300. Who's we? You see that? Let me replay that one more time.
Ain't right, so I'll give you props for that, but
this particular conspiracy, you can't get these people to debate their positions.
Like who won't debate their positions?
We offered Candace Owens. I offered her $300,000 to do a debate.
He said we offered. before he said I offered. He had to fix his language real quick. So at the end of the day, since you want to take responsibility of the 300K, that's on you. So off rip, that's already number one. That's number one. You offered you apparently 300K. Now, anybody with common sense, they'll know that you do not have 300K liquid. First of all, any man, even billionaires, they're not gonna give a motherfucker 300K for no reason. If you see a billionaire, I'm talking about a billionaire, forget a millionaire, or if you see a millionaire giving somebody 300K, it's for like hush money. It's because they they had sex with him one time and then they're threatening to sue for whatever reason, then they give him 300K as hush money or something like that. You're not giving just 300K just to debate somebody. And just that with that Freudian slip, we offered Candace. Sorry, I offered. No, you Turning Point USA fronted you 300K to give to Candace Owens so you can debate her. Not only debate her, so you can probe her and see if you can get her caught up in some legal drama. Make her confess to something that could end up have her end up in court, have her hemmed up. That was your goal. Somebody said demonize. Yeah, Erika Kirk, she got demonized. I ain't gonna hold you. XVYJZ says, speaking of that, I was scrolling on IG and saw Neon's ex, Sam. She's now a Christian conservative making all Christian content now. And by the way, a lot of these bitches, they grew up in church. A lot of these bitches, they know what they're doing. They're not stupid. By the way, with Andrew Wilson, remember he said that in the middle of the debate, oh, all women are retarded. I mean, keep thinking that. Keep thinking that. Keep thinking that. Yeah, he said good. Yeah, you heard that. He said, I offered. He played it off real good, though. He played it off real good.
This particular conspiracy, you can't get these people to debate their positions.
Like, who won't debate their positions?
Okay. We offered Candace Owens, I offered her $300,000 to do a debate. I was like, we'll give you $300,000.
What is her position? What does she
said we again?
She think happened?
She thinks that Israel worked in conjunction.
Before he says what he's about to say, let's discuss that right there. You offered Candace Owens $300,000 thinking that money was going to sway her. Come on, Andrew. You should know better than this. I mean,
Well, he's wrong here because the Candace Owens pocketed that 300K. So this video was made how many days ago? This video was made 11 days ago. So, and but I mean, well, when I first heard of that about that paying 300K, I'm like, the fuck, what kind of man does that? The average man gets his hands on 300K. I don't care how famous he gets. I don't care how much money he gets. He's not going to just take 300K and blow it on debating somebody. The fuck? To be in somebody, just to go to somebody's house and debate them. That's not his money. Andrew Wilson, he's we made a joke yesterday. We made a joke yesterday that Andrew Wilson's basically signed a 360, a fucked up 360 deal with Turning Point USA. They fronted him that 300K like he's a rapper, hoping that they get a return on their investment. But he's not. I don't think he's going to be able to break even because his showing on that debate with Candace Owens, they're not. I don't think they're gonna. it's not. He made Turning Point USA look even worse. Reaper Rel said they run back to the church for the reset. They'll be back out. XVYJZ says the Bible shows us that many women are extremely smart, but guys like this whole you heard that in the middle of the video talking. I didn't say just Erika Kirk is retarded. I think all women are retarded. I mean, right there, that's the problem with men. You think you think you think women are all women are retarded. Okay. Keep thinking that. Because clearly your wife isn't. Or I don't know, maybe you're because really you're the retarded one. He really thinks these OF models that are going on these shows, you really think, bruh, they're trolling. They don't give a fuck. They know they can act. Women found out the cheat code. They realize they can act however they want to act. They're gonna get male attention anyways. Men gave women way too much game. All that because I always think it's a mistake when you have men because you have these men who were players growing up who try to finesse women out of pussy. That's all they did when they were growing up, try to finesse women out of pussy. And then once they ended up having daughters, this is all they said. All men are trash. All men, they only want one thing from you. That's all they want from you. They don't really like you. When you do shit like that, all you do is give that whole validation. You can't be telling a bitch that's like a 4 out of a 10. Or sorry, your sister that's if she's a regular looking woman, or she likes to do this, she likes to do that. You can't be telling her stuff like that. You just need to be like, hey, use discernment. Use discernment. There are dudes out there that will care about you, and then there's dudes out here that don't. You got to find the one that shows you that they really fuck with you beyond just words. They're gonna show you through their actions. Meaning this. I got this from Corey Holcomb. And this is some real shit I'm about to say. You think a dude cares about you because he's spending money on you. Right? You like a man with money. You think you got like an athlete. They give you a car. And you thinking you winning, or some because you in high school, you you got some truck driver tricking on you. And you think that's some shit. Meanwhile, you're overlooking the boy who has zero money, but he gave you a 50, or he gave you a $25 he gave you he gave you, not only did he give you a jacket, he gave you a $25 gift card and a new jacket, even though he doesn't even have no money. But with whatever lunch money he had, he gave you something. But the average woman, they're gonna look at the truck driver or whoever. They're gonna look at the Chad that gave them their varsity jacket, and then they'll take that to the bank, but overlook the guy that gave the woman literally all that he had. And you think the other guy, he gave you more just because he had status or he had more money. So that's really the stuff. These are the lessons you're really supposed to teach your sisters or your daughters or your nieces. But what these dudes be doing, all these dudes, they just want all they want is sex from me. They only want one thing. All you do is you give her a battery in her back. You give her all the validation in the world. She realizes with this information that you just gave her, you just told her, or they just come, or how about this? Rather, they come to the conclusion that I can be around basically any man I want. People can't fathom why women act the way that they act. Like, oh, they just, I'm like, damn, don't you care about nobody? Like, damn, you gonna be rude your whole life? Or you got women in their young 20s, late teens, even mid-teens. They act like they can do no wrong because they can. They can't do no wrong. So they'll hang out with the most notorious of people, drug dealers and all these people, athletes and all these other people, all types of people that they're not supposed to be around because they fathom I'm gonna stay alive. They want me here. That's what you tell them when you give that stupid ass advice. Man, I'll say it like this. The women that I know that are doing well, their brothers or their dads, they're not telling them that shit. All they tell them is this: look, you need to find a dude that cares about you and somebody that shows through their actions and not their words. And you need to understand, and you got to understand, nothing is given to you for free. So don't just take shit from people. There's always a back end and cost to that. The women that I know that are not out here being hoes and are doing well, that's probably the most that the male figures of their life or even their moms told them, right? But yeah. Reaper Rel says Andrew ruined his rep. He didn't realize many of those downtrodden white dudes he tried to cater to actually like Candace on a higher political ideological level. Yeah, I saw a bunch of dudes on YouTube. They might not have the subscribers, but I saw a bunch of dudes on YouTube said, I was wrong about Andrew Wilson. I'm not following him no more. I'm not making this stuff up. I swear I'm not making this stuff up. I saw several channels where they're just like, look, I can't rock with Andrew no more after the Candace debate. Candace eventually earned a lot of dudes respect, even before the CK situation, because they realized, oh, she's just herself. She's gonna call it like she sees it, even if it's wrong, even if it's disrespectful. She sees something, she's gonna react as honestly as possible, and she's not going to hide under the guise of this is my party, so I'm gonna cover for everything that my party does, even if they're doing the wrong thing. She has way more respect off GP than Andrew Wilson. That's why I said, man, if I knew that this debate was going to happen, I would have texted AJ right away. I would have been like, look, I don't know if you have a direct line to Andrew. I don't know if your boy, what's his name? Rachel's side dude, if he has a direct line to Andrew, but I would have told him, don't take that debate with Candace. This is going to be bad for your rep. I've helped people. I've helped my ops before. I've helped my ops plenty of times. Look, but if I see a disaster coming, I'll be like, hey, are you sure you want to do this? I'm like the drug dealer from that Frankie Lyman movie. I don't know if you guys ever see the movie of that young black singer. I think his name was Frankie Lyman or something. And in the movie, before he started getting addicted to that heroin, the drug dealer, he's like, hey, look, man, before you start, just understand. Just understand, this is some shit. Remember in the Ray movie, remember the Ray Charles movie? Ray Charles was like, hey, what y'all got going on? And he's like, and the guys that was the guys in the band that were shooting up the heroin, he's like, yo, this is not no weed, bro. This is some serious shit. Once you get on this ride, you're not gonna be able to hop off this one. And Ray was like, nah, just give me a try. And then as soon as he shoot that shit up, he was just like, they always believe it or not, the most successful drug dealers, the most notorious ones, they will always give a warning. They're not going to just let you take the drugs. Back in the day, they would just be like, "Hey, before you start, this is what's finna happen to you." Okay. This is some serious shit now. Man, back in the day, man, the drug dealers back in the day were more respectable. Way more respectable. Andrew Wilson signed that TLC record deal. Oh man. Facts. Cope Approach, aka Stefan, he says Candace got conservatives on lock. She got that good. He says, I'm a dirtbag leftist and I love me some Candace. There's a lot of people that are left leaning that like Candace, even before the Charlie Kirk situation. So she's just her own person. And it, like I said, it does help that she is black, she is a woman. That does help her. I'm not gonna leave that shit out. But they don't mind her. They don't mind her. So bottom line. So that's number one. That's already number one. That 300K tells me everything I need to know. Turning Point USA fronted you that 300K. Let's keep it a buck. You're not paying 300K to debate a woman with zero evidence. So all that shit with Andrew Wilson saying she don't got no evidence, she didn't got nothing, she didn't do nothing. Cap. You're not paying 300K. You're not putting 300K on your name to debate a nobody. Please. Yeah, specifically, it had to be Candace Owens. Yeah. But she didn't do anything. She had no evidence. Right. Hey man. XY Jay-Z says, what did Andrew get from Turning Point USA? Obviously, because the 300K was not his, but I don't know, maybe Turning Point. The conventional answer is Turning Point USA really believes that Andrew Wilson is a so-called master debater, so they hired him as a hired gun, to probe Candace Owens. Oh, never mind. They hired him as a they hired him as a hired gun to probe Candace Owens and get her caught up in the legal system, and they felt like his work they really felt like he was a master wordsmith, so they hired him for that. So you're gonna see later on in the I might have to fast forward in the debate, but you're gonna see him admit where Candace Owens calls him out. He says, "Oh, so you were just with Turning Point USA recently," and Andrew Wilson is going to admit that, "Oh, they hired me to help them with the debate class or something." I'm not buying that. I was like, that's the story you came up with. Okay. Cope Approach says that's like paying 300K to Tekashi for a collab. Yeah, that's just it makes no sense. Cope Approach says he was a debate mercenary hired by Turning Point USA. That's what it looks like for me. Now, people will, I remember yesterday I was the day before I was like, look, yo, Andrew Wilson, blink twice if you in trouble. Like, do they got your family at gunpoint or something? Like, are they holding, Rachel Wilson's baby daddies as collateral if you don't do this? Because I really believe that he doesn't really care about this debate. I don't think he really cares about this debate that like he professes that he does. And it's just very interesting where you do a collab with tpusa and now all of a sudden you want to debate Candace. The fuck you want to debate Candace Owens for? Specifically about the Charlie Kirk situation? You can't even be mad that somebody like me comes. I pause. That I come to that conclusion. You can't be mad. You can't be mad at me. I'm sorry. Yeah, he says I want to hear the tinfoil hat version. Yeah, my tinfoil. Like, I don't know. Blink twice, Andrew, if your family's in trouble. because that's the problem when you have all this family, all this extended family. That's just more collateral. That's just more collateral. Cope Approach says even Vaughn or Destiny would cook Andrew in a one-on-one debate. Yeah, like Vosh, but that's not like I would never do. Because remember what Candace Owens was talking about, that debate tactic of talking fast while looking confident. And the first people that I thought about, Destiny, Ben Shapiro, and to a lesser extent, Andrew Wilson. He's not like a fast talking person, but he likes to, bully people. He likes to, he always will try to appear confident. Hence why, the cigarette thing, oh, I hope I show up to all my debates hungover like he's some, he's a high schooler. Like he's one of those high schoolers that takes the SAT hungover but still gets a high score, humble bragging, like, yeah, the talk fast hack. Ben Shapiro and Destiny have mastered that. Definitely have mastered that. Even though Ben Shapiro, I did find him entertaining at one point. I still find him entertaining at sometimes, but these are the kings of that. Destiny and Ben Shapiro are the kings of that. Carlos X says, my guess is Turning Point USA put a huge pile of money in front of Andrew, maybe enough to retire. That's actually better, way better than my original two theories. That is very plausible, but that's very plausible. That's very plausible. He says, my guess is Turning Point USA put a huge pile of money in front of Andrew, maybe enough to retire. He said yes, and is completing the contract. So yeah, that's still part of, he's a hired gun, but at first maybe I was just like, oh, it's just the clout. Because, some people, they just like the status. They don't even care about the money, but maybe the money that they offered him was like some crazy money. Because because the $300K, that's front-end money. But maybe they gave him like a real bag, like a real, like fucking a bag, like a real bag. But I don't know, the way he was sweating, the way Andrew Wilson was sweating, I don't know if they gave him enough. I don't know about all that. Woo, but maybe I'm underestimating that Southern money. Maybe I'm underestimating that Southern money. Cope Approach says APAC and Turning Point USA have money to waste. Yeah, they do. Basically, first of all, the money that Erika Kirk inherited alone was way more than enough to retire and just to go away with the kids. That's why people are really suspicious about Erika Kirk, because she's not supposed to be doing anything. The money that she inherited is like it's crazy money, crazy work money, crazy money where she doesn't have to work for the rest of her life. Neither, even her kid doesn't even have to work. Really, with the money that she inherited from this whole situation, and she still wants to do. You still run in Turning Point USA, and then your co-president is Ben. He happens to hop on, and he's taking over Turning Point USA with you. Nah, bro. Way too suspicious. XVY Jay-Z says, Myron pissed Turning Point USA didn't choose his tether ass. What didn't you say that that Myron is basically Firecracker from The Boys? That was I don't know if you said that. It was, I think somebody else might have said it, but was that you that said that? That was an interesting comparison. So I think it was XVY Jay-Z or somebody else, but they said that the comparison for Myron is Firecracker from The Boys, from the series The Boys. That was that was such a clever comparison. I didn't think about that. I was like, oh man, that was clever as hell. Because I can't even disagree with that. He said, no, that wasn't me. I don't know who it was, but they were clever for that. That was very clever. Cope Approach says Andrew still titled his pre-uploads as if he was winning the debate. Yeah. I saw like one news channel, The Hill. And we already know the type of people that run that TV channel, The Hill / YouTube channel. So we already know the small hats. We already know they run that channel. No disrespect. Sorry for burping. So no disrespect, but we already know who runs that channel. But yeah, I've seen like the algorithm they really been trying to push, but they can't. It's first of all, Candace Owens has way too much clout. She has way too, like, Candace Owens, the conservatives, they built up a monster that they can't control. They built a monster that they can't control. So her clout is serious. If you like, what's it? Candace Owens by herself, how many subscribers she got on her channel? Yeah, she got 6 million subscribers, and then her lives are legit. Like, the numbers that she gets on her lives are crazy. Look at the numbers on her lives. Look at the numbers. She just dropped a live 42 minutes ago. She had 296,000 views. Her lives gets her live replays get millions of views, bruh. Her live replays get millions of views. She's one of the few people that can say, look, I don't got bots. My viewer retention, my viewer retention is legit. She's one of the few people that can say, look, these are all my numbers. What? 5 million on a live. 5 million views. That's almost the same amount of people that are subscribed. Oh man, that's crazy. XVYJZ says, do you think Candace has security? Of course, because first of all, her husband's a millionaire, and then on top of that, she's like an effortless millionaire. She doesn't even have to leave her house. And she can just say what she wants. Exactly. Kunami says, so that $300,000 was nothing to Candace. Facts. She don't need that money. So that's why I also wonder with Candace Owens why she even accepted it, the situation. I think she accepted it because she wanted to see, maybe she wanted to prove that she wanted the audience to see that Andrew Wilson was a paid off shill, because she don't need that money. She don't. Yo, her numbers are legit. Now so what? But you guys see the difference? Somebody with no bots, right? You compare this to, no disrespect. I know I got to bring this nigga up again. You bring up Anton Daniels, right? He allegedly has 1.5 million subscribers, 8.4 thousand videos, right? His videos get decent views, but look, 33K, 48K, these are for the videos. So now let's look at the lives. Oh, actually, the lives, I got to look. So shoot, fine. Let's look at his old lives. 173K views, 25K view for one live that he did, 333K view. So his two highest lives were 333K views and 173K views, and those two were the political ones. One of them was the Charlie Kirk assassination, and the Kamala Harris views. Most of his views are basic for his live replays are around the basically the 70 to 80K mark. And then some of his views 32K, 27K, 17K I'm seeing for one live. So let's also look at his millionaire, because so you look at those numbers compared to the number of his subscribers, something's not adding up, right? So that's just a simple example. Oh, what's the other guy? Who's the guy? I think Mr. Organic, right? Mr. Organic. He has, what's it, 411,000 subscribers, but the live views, it's not the views, they don't add up. People are out here. You look at his videos, some of his videos 1.5K, one video 1.5K, one video 1.3K, but you got 411,000 subscribers. Undead Chronic is demonetized and he has to always make different channels, but he has better numbers than this guy. I mean, bruh. People be thinking we can't see through the nonsense, Yeah, but shout out to Candace Owens. Her numbers are legit. I would be a pure hater if I don't acknowledge those numbers. If I don't put respect on her numbers. That would just be me being a pure hater. Oh man. Yeah, Cope Approach says she has to worry about the small hat country itself stalking her, so she got to have some security. They can't delete her right now. If they delete her right now, they need to wait a little bit. They're gonna have to wait. They got to give it some time. They're gonna have to wait until she like really fucks up. Like she needs to really like be like in a serious situation where Israel can get away with deleting her. If they delete her now, Israel will never have. I'm talking about that. Sorry, wrong country. The small hat country. They're going to whatever level of credibility that they have, it'll be gone. It'll be gone. It will be very clear who runs this. Like, well, we already know who runs this country, but it'll be like, I think like if that happens, it's gonna the small hat kids growing up, they're gonna have to hide it. And I'm it's kind of, I'm not advocating for anything, but I'm just saying there is gonna, if they do something like that with Candace Owens or Kanye, it'll be too obvious. They'll have no more credibility. That country will have no more credibility. That group of people. And then on top of that, it doesn't help that they've allowed Candace Owens to say whatever the hell she wants for how many years. They've allowed her to be reckless for how many years, say what she wants, offend whomever for how many years, and now you're going to silence her? That's not going to be a good look. So they can't do nothing for now. They can't do nothing. The best, even like say if she like dies of a heart attack or sorry, gets deleted off a heart attack, people are still going to be suspicious. They're going to be like, how did that happen? Even if it's from natural causes, people are not going to buy it. They're not going to buy it. Copa Pro says they're better than some man's for losers. I'll say this: Kevin Samuels, his numbers were legit last I checked. So, he as much criticisms I had of him, his numbers were legit. His numbers was off the chain. So his numbers are crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of people in this space, or really in the YouTube space in general. They're buying their numbers, they're buying their followers, they're buying their engagement. It's It's really sad. It's really sad. Yep. Game over for realsies. They need the it needs the heat. It's too hot right now. It's too hot right now. One of my favorite 50 Cent posts of all time. Remember when Kanye West wanted to give a shout out to 50 Cent? Like this is during the heat of when Kanye West was going through his thing a couple years ago. And Kanye West was shouting out 50 Cent because he said, you know, back in the day we used to go at it, but I've always had respect for 50 Cent, how he's doing business and how he's doing that and blah, blah, blah. And then 50 Cent made a post. He's like, I appreciate the love, Kanye, but yo, you too hot right now. You too hot. I was like, damn, Kanye got them people copping, please. Even my boy. Kanye got my people copping, please. 50 Cent was like, bro, you too hot right now. You too hot. Yo, chill. Oh, man. Yeah, he says his lives get barely 1 or 2K views. What's his name? Yeah, Mr. Organic. These guys, these are, well, anybody that's affiliated with Fresh and Fit, because Fresh and Fit, I remember hearing them say that they've admitted to their audience that, oh yeah, we be buying our subs, we cheat the system. We buy subs, we do this on YouTube. We'll pay for engagement and all of this stuff. It's all part of our course. And I remember hearing that, and I was just like, what the fuck? What did I just? But as soon as they admitted it, I started looking at people's numbers, and I was like, oh, I get it. No wonder why people's numbers don't be adding up sometimes. XVY Jay-Z says, and did anyone ever do a full breakdown on KS fishy passing? Yeah, plenty of people did. Plenty of people did. I don't remember. I think people came to the conclusion for the most part that, yeah, this was no accident. You know, you were sleeping with a Latina nurse. You allegedly had a heart attack or something happened. And she didn't perform no CPR. Yeah, it was all fishy. Of course it was all fishy, but you know, people were more focused on other things, at other aspects of Kevin Samuel's death, like how women overall were responding to Kevin Samuel's death, specifically Black women, and who was going to carry the legacy after Kevin Samuels, allegedly. So that's what people were kind of focused on during that time. But yeah, his death was very fishy. And notice, like I think Kevin Samuels was murdered, right? But because nobody wants to do it for some reason, the Latina nurse that he was with, that everybody knows about, nobody's done an interview with her. For some reason, police didn't investigate. She was just able to just basically escape into the abyss with nobody else really tracking her down or following up to see what her life has been since that situation. That tells me everything I need to know. But anywho, let's see what I can move on to highlight a point. Let me see.
Then let's do the counter.
Let me look at the clips that I have lined up, right? Let me see what the clips that I have lined up. So, oh yeah, also the earpiece thing. So I was wrong about the earpiece. So both parties had an earpiece. I was listening to the PBD podcast. According to Patrick Bet-David, both parties had an earpiece, but Candace Owens gave Andrew Wilson and Patrick Bet-David and her the earpiece. The earpiece was there for people to listen to the audio while they were on the couch. So Andrew Wilson to accuse people of cheating, he's just blatantly lying to the people, because everything that he heard, she was hearing as well, right? So that's what the earpieces were for. Both parties had the earpiece. But I gotta see something here. So right here, the text message, right? So Andrew Wilson had dropped the stream, and he ended up deleting the stream allegedly. But I guess it's like, or I guess or I think the stream is behind a paywall or something like that. But he ends up talking about the alleged text message that he said he had. And this is what he's going to talk about on the private stream that he did in reaction to his debate with Candace Owens. See if we can play it with the sound. Let me see if we get the sound up. Oh, I don't know why the sound's not on. Okay, let's exit out of this and see it.
Somebody said, so
let me see here. I might have to okay, we could do this. Yeah, we'll look at this video.
9th, 2025.
So right here in the beginning of the debate, this is where he reads out the text message where he alleges that Charlie Kirk sent him a message that he thinks that the left is trying to attack him, and how he wants a security detail to look like. And then here we have Erika, a video that she did in December where she said that CK didn't get he didn't text anybody during that time.
As I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him.
We knew that there was always going to be a threat, but Charlie and I we promised each other we would never live in fear. And he would say, if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone. Didn't say that.
but they owned right away, which felt great, that if you guys recall, Erika sat down with Glenn Beck. I actually missed this portion because I didn't get to watch the interview in its entirety, and we were pulling clips because a lot was coming out very quickly. But there was a portion that was going around that was viral, and it was Erika saying that she had Charlie's phone and that Charlie never texted anybody the night before saying that he thought that they were going to kill him. And that obviously reflected poorly on me because I was the one who said that he did, in fact, text multiple people the night before. And then I went on Jimmy Dore on Friday, Jimmy Dore show, and I clarified. I said, Andrew Colbert told me specifically that he was one of the people that received this text message. So I got that first person. I didn't get that from a source. I got that directly from Andrew Colbert. And then somebody who had access to Dan Flood's communications said that Dan Flood similarly received a text message. They owned that right away and explained, Erika said that she has Charlie's phone. She's looking at his iMessages. And it turns out that he, like everybody else, communicates on Signal. He communicates on Telegram. And that those when she heard me say that, they then went and looked, and yes, that what I said was true. Andrew Colbert received a message the night before, and Dan Flood received a message the night before. Now they asked me if I had actually like a concrete a copy of what Dan Flood got the night before, and I said no. Somebody told me what it said, which was almost exactly what Andrew said, which is they're going to kill me. Andrew did not know who they were, the that the they that he was referring to were, but they clarified that the message that Dan Flood received said the left is going to kill me. So I can't confirm that one way or the other. I have to trust them on that because I did not see that concrete message. I was told that it said they.
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we
debate
should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
So, by the way, also towards the end of the debate, she asks him again, "Can we see that text?" So remember that at the end.
Shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Yeah. I'll say, hey, you got a week, brother. You got a week to get your lies together. I don't know how he's gonna get that that so-called message. When are we gonna see the text message? I'm saying honestly, I don't think we're ever gonna see the text message. That's my opinion. He's gonna act like it got lost. I accidentally deleted it. My phone got taken. My phone got hacked. He's gonna pull one of those things. So I'm not buying that. But nevertheless. One thing I noticed on the Patrick Bet-David situation, that was one of the main things they said that was actually working for Andrew Wilson, the alleged text message. But they said that text message better be real. He better not be making that shit up. Right here, the weirdo moment, one of the weirdest moments that happened in the debate, this clip right here, where Candace Owens wanted to call out, well, not necessarily call out Andrew Wilson, but Andrew Wilson made a tweet, and Candace Owens wanted to said that you made a list of all the, the evidence that you felt that was overwhelming that that indicates Tyler being the being the person that ended CK's life. She says that you made a tweet about this. Andrew Wilson says it doesn't exist. They bring up the tweet, and Andrew Wilson gaslights her, Patrick Bet-David, and the public live in 4K. So this was a very weird situation in the show that happened. That was probably the weirdest situation in that show.
It was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah. And even before that situation, they're going to show that Candace Owens was like, didn't you list like 5 things that you said was overwhelming evidence? And Andrew Wilson says, that does not exist.
But that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
So
But
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not.
It's
I'm
cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong.
And it was very fair to bring up that tweet. Bruh, the prompt of the debate is there is overwhelming evidence to show that Tyler Robinson was the one that killed CK. So isn't it fair that we bring up a tweet of somebody challenging you on Twitter? Show me, what do you have? What do you think? What would you consider overwhelming evidence? And then you tweeted the reply back to the person that challenged you. And here's you listing all these things. And you said you said I didn't do that. I didn't do that. And then you wonder why, oh man, we couldn't stay on topic in this debate.
So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things.
So right here, the user is going to rewind. He's going to rewind real quick. 120 seconds rewind.
Collaboration of evidence, and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So when that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets? Okay, cool. I just look for. He said it was his car. It was.
She got the number right and everything. That was actually pretty impressive.
It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
So that was a really weirdo portion. They didn't show the whole portion where he just outright said, "Nah, that
it was definitely the staircase photo."
That didn't happen. Oh man.
Has this.
But let me see if I can actually bring up that part in the debate. Because that whole exchange was very weird. Let's see, Candace Owens. Bring me the debate. She probably put it on one of her shorts because she made so much shorts from that simple stuff.
Found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't. This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? This is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. So give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say that.
You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't. This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? This is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things.
I did not hear her say
So the thing that's funny here is
you listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be.
So yeah, that was a weird situation. Let me see if I can find the full exchange. We're gonna go live.
trying to fool the public into,
because I remember the minute mark and everything. I think. Come on, showed that tweeter situation. Because it happened in like the first 20 minutes or 25 minutes in the show. Or I could be wrong about that.
I didn't say must be.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson.
Oh, yeah, right here.
I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something?
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even pull your own clip.
Did I say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say.
So the thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
But
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not.
It's cool to just say I was wrong. I didn't say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's
that was weird. He was like, "Yeah, I'm not wrong."
not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
She low key was about to say, "Are you okay?" I ain't even gonna hold you.
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I...
How can we really go into the evidence if we're not even allowed to bring up the tweet that showed you listing all the evidence that you thought was overwhelming evidence? There's a reason why I replayed that from like 20 times, just to show you. Just to show you. Just to show, I had to replay that like 20 or 200 times because that was the weirdest part of the whole debate. We saw what happened, and he just, I don't know if the term is gaslighting. I don't know if that's the right term, or just lying. Just lying. Exactly. Kunami says he'll just hope that everyone forgets about it. XBY Jay-Z says reframing and attempting to make you look dumb. That's all he can do. And that's what he did throughout the whole debate, mind you. That's what he did. Oh man. But somehow this guy is the so-called master debater. Shout out to South Park. Oh, and by the way, shout out to whoever this guy is, CNEX on Twitter. So he has all the evidence, the so-called evidence that Candace Owens didn't have, that didn't exist. So he's showing all the references, not the inference. The inferences, all the real references in video and in photo and in writing that Candace Owens was referring to.
As Candace reads off the list from Andrew Wilson's post, you can see him becoming increasingly more uncomfortable. Because after all, the footage of the car pulling in was blurry, and there's no clear identification of Tyler Robinson.
This was the only video that they had of the alleged car, and they couldn't even get no license plate. I'm like, how the fuck you can't get no license plate? even as blurry as it is, there still should be something, but apparently, conveniently, no.
It's blurry, and there's no clear identification of Tyler Robinson getting out of it, or at all for that matter, as the images presented are so unclear it's nearly impossible to tell whether it's actually Tyler Robinson or just any other white male. And when it comes to the screwdriver and the DNA on the roof, the FBI only said Robinson was a possible contributor, not a confirmed match. Andrew immediately realizes his list of overwhelming evidence falls apart under the slightest scrutiny, meaning Andrew needs a way out. But here's the problem. He led with what he thought was his strongest points. And the cherry on top? Andrew flatly denied ever saying or listing these things in the first place, which makes what he does next look like he's running away from his own denial.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Andrew is now saying Candace said that he only said one thing, while she claims she said there were 5 things he considered overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was guilty. Let's look back and see who's right.
One.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet
This never happened.
where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
4?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said
This is exactly what led up to the moment where they read Andrew's post out loud. Now, will he concede or will he run away?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I just say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of
You named, I believe, actually 5 things.
that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back
I
to
was
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back
that
to
I just
this.
said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
At this point, instead of conceding he was wrong and that he did in fact list those things as overwhelming evidence, he sacrifices his credibility trying to protect his pride, resulting in him losing both as he suddenly finds renewed interest in other details of the case just to pivot away from this embarrassing moment.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So were we, Andrew. So were we.
Shout out to CNEX on Twitter. That right there was crazy work. That right there was crazy work. Let's see here. Let's see what else I have lined up. Okay, so here we have Andrew Wilson. I don't know who he was talking to in this video, but I guess this is also a reaction from him from the debate.
I know a lot of people are bitching about Patrick Bet David being the moderator. I think he did fine. You know, I mean, out of the choices.
Yeah, for some reason, I've been seeing a lot of people. They were blaming Patrick Bet David for I don't know why he was getting hate. I thought he did what he was supposed to do. For the most part, he stayed neutral. Even in his reaction to the debate, he stayed neutral. He didn't pick a winner. Like I said, Patrick, but he knows he's one of those guys. He's smart enough to understand when to back a horse, when to not back a horse. He's a smart gambler. And he was actually more leaning towards Andrew Wilson's side if people were actually, paying attention. But if you are a fan of Andrew Wilson's, you're going to look at anybody that's not 1000% backing Andrew as, oh, they're the enemy, So I saw a lot of people giving him shit, but shout out to Andrew Wilson for at least trying to, calm the fires on that. So people, I don't know. I saw a lot of Andrew Wilson fans mad at Patrick Bet David for no reason. But anyways,
That I had, I think that he was a fine choice. I think Myron would have been a fine choice too. You know what I mean? But we went with what we thought would everyone could agree to would be the best for that situation.
And let me be clear, guys. There's nothing wrong with using Patrick. Patrick has a huge platform. He has 2 million plus subscribers. It makes sense to have him on. And shout out to Andrew Wilson. I have no issue with the decision to go with Patrick Bet-David. My only concern was I wish that they had done time rounds. I would have heavily suggested that after the first portion of the debate. As you guys know, the first portion of the debate was like free flow, etc. I would have heavily said we need to go to time rounds, guys. We need to go to time rounds. 1 minute each, 2 minutes each. If you guys want to go fire round and make it more dynamic. And that would just be 10 times more fair. And then also, if it's 1 or 2 minutes, a claim could be made, and then the next person can address that claim specifically in that 2 minutes. Like I said before, I think the pragmatic choice was PBD. I'm not mad about that whatsoever. He has 2 million subscribers. It would have, he had 70,000 people watching on his channel. So that's not an issue. I just wish that they shifted to time rounds, later on. That's what I wish. But,
what do you guys think about that? Do you think they should have done timed rounds? Because I've seen, I know I kind of gave Cool One VC some shtick, but I think he did time rounds when I saw him moderating a debate between Rachel's side dude and this other dude from Twitter. So I saw Cool One VC. I think he did time rounds, but I thought he did a good job moderating. So, They said the normies will accept PBD versus Fresh and Fit. By the way, I don't even think, because for me, well, I don't even is Fresh and Myron doing content together anymore? Are they still even doing content together anymore? I could be wrong about that, but because I told you I unsubscribed from Fresh and Fit in front of you guys after I saw the numbers that whatever podcast was doing. I was like, oh hell no, we lost. I said we lost the plot. I said men have lost the plot. I said, man, you know what? Let me unsubscribe. There's just certain people, I'm still subscribed to Abba and Preach, believe it or not. I'm still subscribed to Abba and Preach. So it takes a lot for me to be like, okay, I got to unsubscribe. Because certain people, I'll subscribe so the algorithm can feed me certain things, but But I'll say this, my timeline has been looking a lot better ever since I've unsubscribed from certain platforms. You know what I mean? But I had to unsubscribe after I saw the numbers that whatever podcast was doing on their live. Hey, whatever podcast, their lives, the numbers are legit, believe it or not. I don't know how. I don't know why. I don't know how they're getting this kind of viewer retention for 10-hour streams. I don't get it. I don't understand how boys, men, teenage, whatever. I don't know how they're watching this stuff for all this time. I don't know how they're doing it. That's crazy. That is crazy. Nah, man. Let me just show you what I'm talking about with the viewer retention. It's just crazy work. I don't know how they're getting these numbers. With their I don't know how. Yeah, like if you look at their 6-hour live streams, 7-hour live streams, right? Hey, you know what? Oh my God, never mind. You know what I was gonna do? I was gonna try to see if okay, oh damn, these lives are way too long. Because I'm like, since I was about to say since Andrew Wilson is this guy is Brian Robinson's boy. I don't know who's the host of whatever podcast. I forgot what his name is. Brian. I think his name is Brian. Yeah, Brian. Since Andrew Wilson. I blinked on his name. I'm sorry. Since Andrew Wilson is Brian Atlas's boy, I'd like to see his reaction to the debate. I would like to see his reaction. Oh man, XVY Jay-Z says they connect to whatever because they see more normie and can relate to Brian. Also, whatever started out with over 1 million subscribers as a prank channel. Oh, so they probably have the combination of real subscribers and bot subscribers, but they're the super chats. It's legit in terms of the money that they're getting, the viewer retention. So it could be a combination of all of those things with that channel. But the viewer retention for these 10-hour streams, 9-hour streams, I'm wondering. I'm like, how? Look at this. 9-hour stream, 9-hour stream, 8-hour stream, 10-hour stream, 230K views, 210K views for a 7-hour stream, another 8-hour stream, 9-hour stream, 8-hour stream, 10-hour stream. Bruh, how? And then look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. Yeah, this is I guess a month ago, Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson was on the pod, and what how many what was the numbers on that one? What's the what's the numbers that they did for that one? Yeah, so Andrew Wilson, Rachel Wilson, and Bangs or versus Bangs, 672,000 views for a 9-hour stream. That's wild. I'm sorry, that is wild. For a 9-hour stream, that's a whole work shift. That's a whole normie work shift. These dudes be having streams longer than people's work shifts. But the viewer retention is crazy. So watch this. Let me see this real quick. Hold on. Let me do a filter. The most popular. So, bruh, this is look at this. This is an old whatever podcast stream from 2 years ago with Charlie Kirk. This has 1.3 million views, and this was a 9-hour stream. This one's 7-hour stream, 1.3 million views with Charlie Kirk. The Andrew Wilson debate with the Charlie chick that exposed him in front of the world, 6-hour debate, 1.1 million views. So I don't know what men are doing. We can't be doing this. We definitely cannot be doing this, man. That's not good. That's not good. But anyway,
Robinson is guilty.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna I gotta reconnect my interface real quick. Here we go. Testing 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. I don't know what happened to my interface, but I think we're good. I think we are good. Let me just check my let's check. Here we go. Check 1, 2, 3. Edit mic settings. Here we go. Audio. Okay, we're good. We're good. We are good. We are good. Thank you, Pyro. But yeah, I don't know what's up. I don't know what's up with my guys. You know, this is But also, right here, this stuck out to me right here in this debate. This particular question, right? This was right in the middle of the debate when I told you, Andrew Wilson is going to turn into Officer Wilson right here. Because this was really what he was sent here for, to rage bait Candace Owens into a lawsuit.
One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in tpusa or Erika Kirk or Erika actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seek them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase.
One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in tpusa or Erika Kirk or Erika actually participated, had foreknowledge of,
Are you talking
or
about who's doing the
facilitated
break-ins?
the murder of Charlie Kirk?
If you know, you can tell me. I won't tell anybody.
Everything I've said is on
Jasmine,
my
are you wearing
podcast.
white?
I think firmly.
Hey man, I'm sorry. As soon as I heard him do that, I was like, "Oh, you doing that bullshit? You doing that bullshit, man? That shit. That's the shit." Like, I think XVY Jay-Z said if Andrew Wilson did like a debate with Corey, he would get triggered. It's really stuff like that. I could see that triggering Corey. Where you start making certain claims, certain questions. Oh no, and remember, before he even started asking those questions, he's like, these are not gotcha questions. Just help me help you. Right? It's almost like you were talking to a cop. I was like one of those detectives when they're putting you in a deposition. I was like, oh nah. That's that bullshit. Remember in the Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels exchange, it started cooling down. It got hot, then it cooled down, but then it got hot again when Anton Daniels started doing that bullshit. Explain this to me like I'm a kid, explain this to me like I'm a little boy. And then Corey's like, you see, that's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. Oh man. Nah, that's that whole shit. Don't do that. I would say that would trigger me as well. Yeah, cold blue. Cold blue. Hell nah, man. You gotta be very careful. How about this? When there's certain, you'll know you're being recorded by a woman. Is because they'll get you up, they'll get you mad up to a certain point. Then she'll be like, I want you to repeat this to me again. So you're saying that you wanted to what? To my head? You wanted to hit me in my head to do what? Do you want to say that again loud into the mic in my She's recording you, bro. You got to know you being recorded. You got to be very careful. People be out here. I have a joke, right? Just whatever girl that you know, whatever her name is. Okay, I met this. Her name is say I meet Lily. Let's take what's a generic name? Amy Winehouse. Whatever. Let's take Amy Schumer, the name. Okay, I met Amy Rosenberg. I met Amy Rosenberg. Just assume PD is at the end of her initials. And the PD is not it doesn't stand for what you think. PD don't stand for what you think, or LP, whatever the initials, the cop initials. It's not for what you think. The PD is for plausible deniability, right? Every woman you meet, just assume PD at the end of her name. Amy Smith, PD. or whatever the initials are for detective or LP, whatever. But the PD stands for plausible deniability. But it's a double entendre. It's a double entendre, right? You know how they have these names? They'll be like such and such Joe Smith, PD. Jack Johnson, PD. This, the PD stands for plausible deniability, but it also does stand for just assume you working with you got. She's connected with the feds or something. She connected with the PD because she will turn you in. She'll turn you over to them people. You'll be married to the broad, and she's building a case against you just in case if things go wrong. Just in case. Carlos X said it happened to Mel Gibson in the late 2000s. His girlfriend got him into a rage, recorded him saying crazy ish. Exactly. There's many examples of this. Many examples. So, I had my Innosphere Manosphere highlights thing. That's what the Manosphere highlights guy says. But there's so many examples of this, man. Way too many examples. So you got to be very careful, especially if you're getting wound up or you're dealing with somebody that really knows your buttons. And then all of a sudden they're asking you to repeat something. It's like, nah, man, you got to be very careful. You got to be very, very careful. So yeah, that's when Andrew Wilson pulled that bullshit. I just want to replay it one more time.
One thing though that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in tpusa or Erika Kirk or Erika actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm paying $300K. No, so why the fuck why are you even asking about Turning Point USA? The fuck? Because the show just turned into a defend Erika Kirk and Turning Point USA debate show. That's really what it turned into. Because you didn't want to debate the so-called overwhelming evidence, because when you got called out on it, you wasn't willing to stand on it like a real man. But anyway, let me see here.
Just think that you should,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can.
So obviously this is the part that went viral. Candace Owens asks for 1 charge. Wilson asks for 7. Owens names all 7 charges. Andrew Wilson accuses Owens of cheating. So we already saw that. I don't have to replay that. But what I do want to show you is the PBD reaction to the debate. So to the people on the PBD crew, I was very curious into what they had to say about it, their opinion. Now, obviously, you already know Adam Sosnick is going to be on the panel. Let me see if I can show him real quick. So we already know he's going to be on the panel, and we already know he's going to be on Andrew Wilson's side. But it's very interesting what everybody had to say about it. It was very interesting.
Facts, but having a ton of feelings and vibes and intuition to make about that. So
absolutely ridiculous. I freaking love. I wouldn't play soccer, and I'm like you do, but
I think your red bottoms. Remember, your feet threatened to sue you.
Yeah, it was really, really bad. So those are not comfortable, especially if you have to walk around for freaking more than an hour. It's over, and they were digging into my legs with their freaking dope. Sorry, but I had to give my testimony.
Yeah. So there you go. So with that being said, let's get right into it. So Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate. Okay, that took place last week. There's a bunch of things I want to go through. I'm going to go through the earpiece. I want to go through certain moments. I want to go through, whose minds were changed, a few different things that happened. But before I get into my side here, I kind of want to ask you guys here, Adam, Vinny, Tom. Vinny, you were there with us while we went there. What part of it, when you heard the debate from Candace's arguments versus Andrew Wilson's argument, which part were you like, oh, that's a good point by Candace, very good point by Andrew? Give moments of each side. Tom, I'll come to you first.
Well, there's 2 things, one each, and they happen very early in the debate. I always look for people that are saying, I have a fact and here it is, rather than the back and forth, or I sent you this email. And what struck me from Candace is, and I looked it up during the debate, she talked about the degrading fingerprints and degradation of fingerprints on the weapon. I said, that's really interesting. That is a very interesting point to bring up, like who was touching the weapon. And I looked it up, and the police have to do this, like when there's a stabbing in a house, Vinny, and let's say it's a kitchen knife.
Yeah.
Kitchen knife can be used by multiple people in there. But what was the last or the most prominent fingerprint, and is it?
Fair use, by the way, fair use. Shout out to the PBD podcast. And I do agree. I think they were the right I think Patrick Bet-David was the right moderator for this debate.
It right-handed, left-handed. So the police are good at this. And I look at that and I go, that's a really good point to make about that. So it got me thinking that, all right, maybe was this gun tampered with? You know, we now speculate 60 years later that James Earl Ray's gun may not have been the rifle that was actually used to shoot Martin Luther King. So I thought that for Candace was very interesting. Then when Andrew Wilson said, I have a text message here, and he read it of Charlie expressing concern for his own safety at the most highest level. They're trying to kill me. I thought, wow, Andrew, you better have that text message, and it better be able to be validated on servers by AT&T or whatever carrier, because you could easily get the validation. I had never heard that. And I'm like, wow, that really told me Charlie's mindset. And my thought.
So you heard what he said. He said that was very integral to Andrew's case. So he said, you heard him. He said he better have that text message. He better have it. So everybody, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the evidence. The positive evidence. But that's what Andrew Wilson kept saying throughout the debate. I'm waiting for that positive evidence.
There was good point, Andrew. You better be right that that text better really exist untampered.
Okay, Vinny.
Yeah, well, I'm going to piggyback off Tom's
He said untampered. Now, let's be honest. If we do see the text, it's going to be tampered like a motherfucker. First of all, I don't even think the text exists. That's number one. Number two, if there's something similar of that, and he's probably going to try to flip it to say that he was really talking about the left. I don't know how he's going to get that lie straightened out. But he's got until the end of the week. We'll see. We'll see. I don't even think the text exists.
For Candace, besides the one that you're talking about, which I had to look, Tom, I looked it up and I kept Googling, and it was a great point because, mind you, let's just be honest, I don't think anybody is following the case and watching the hearings more than her. I don't. And another fact for her, for Candace, is she knew all 7 charges that were there. Andrew didn't know any. And people could say, yeah, but murder is the same as aggravated murder. It's absolutely not. One carries a death penalty, so that was good. And then I'm going with Tom. The fact that he's read it.
Yeah, I saw some people. They were even people that I knew. They were saying that, oh, murder and aggravated murder, same. That's it's the sentencing is a night and day difference. And look, she asked for just one. Can you name one charge? And if you was really doing your studies, if you was really paying attention to the debate, you would have known that there were 7 charges, right? And then number 2, you would have at least be able to know at least one. You would have got lucky with one. And then she asked for 1, you asked for 7. She gives you the 7. You interrupt her the whole time, being a hoe ass nigga the whole time. Like that was some whole shit that he was doing while Candace Owens is trying to list the 7, and then the first one where she was trying to explain like murder and aggravated murder. This is not the same. Since you told your audience, oh, same thing. No, it's not. So of course she has to explain why. If you're just gonna say no, it's not. Yes, of course she's gonna give you a quick explanation of why it's not. Oh, you're not saying it fast enough. Okay, I'm trying to say number. You're not saying it fast enough. You're not saying it fast enough. It looks like you're stalling. That's a panicking motherfucker right there. You got to be careful with certain people doing shit like that. You can get slapped. Just telling you guys in real life, don't do shit like that. If somebody trying to explain themselves and you cutting them, especially if it's something that it's their expertise and you just cutting them off, you might get slapped. So don't do that to men. Don't do that to men. So he kind of got away with that because of the setting. It's a debate setting. He was able to do nonsense like that, but she was still able to name all 7 charges. And then you try to accuse her of cheating right after. So that was a major W for Candace right there. So I'm a bit confused on how people were still trying to make it seem like Candace Owens was not the victor after that exchange. But after that exchange, unfortunately, that's the exchange that went viral for a reason.
Text saying that the left wants to kill me. Like, and he made a good a point about burden of proof. Like, finding holes in the government's case doesn't automatically prove the theory. But if you're saying Tyler was a patsy, eventually you have to connect those dots with evidence. So I agree with him on that. But yeah, I think it was the charges, her name, her knowing him accusing her of using her phone, and then you reading it, and then her knowing all of them like that, not being on her phone, and then him not knowing one was a bad look. But I do think him having a text saying they're trying to, he was talking to security, asking for how many people were involved, and then he said, hey, just to let you guys know, let security know their job is to protect one person, me. That's it. Which we could get into that later, Pat, about how then why they let anybody up there. But that's where I'm at.
Adam. So you want to know what we liked or what we didn't like, or what
moments that may have changed your mind to say, hey, that was a good moment for Candace. That's a good question. That's a good moment for Andrew.
Well, I'll say this. Wow, is she confident? I respect her confidence, and just because you're confident doesn't mean you're right, though. In fact,
that's a backhanded compliment. By the way, he is Adam is of the he belongs to these people. So he does. So, keep in mind. But I'm pretty sure the others are too. But he wears his on his sleeve.
A sign that maybe you're too confident is maybe not having facts, but having a ton of feelings and vibes and intuition and mobby intuition. But just because you're confident doesn't mean that you're right. I do respect her confidence. Anyone that is ever looking to be more confident in anything, whether you're right or wrong, watch Candace. The challenge that she has is none of the facts add up. The part that I liked about what Andrew did was at the end was he's like, yeah, she's got nothing. It was 4 hours. How long was it? I watched the whole thing. And I'm waiting for like the shoe to drop. And I wait for his closing statement, and not the best salesperson, not the most likable guy, Andrew. He says that. But he's a very gifted debater. And I was waiting for the moment where she got him, but she didn't. She has all intuition.
So who do you think won the debate?
If it was, if you're judging on style and on confidence, Candace. If you're judging on facts and evidence, then him. So it all depends on what you're looking for here.
Candace won. She get $300,000 for someone to come in her basement and talk to her about a case. Candace is the winner. But you're wrong about facts, and I understand.
Yeah, that's I'll say, from the layman's term, from the normie's term, you don't even have to watch the debate. If somebody is paying you $300K to come to see you, first of all, that's suspicious as hell, just off rip. And then but number two, yeah, she was able to stay home, went downstairs, got a easy dub. From my point, that was an easy dub. I don't know. Maybe Andrew Wilson really believes the hype that he's that guy, but I saw it as an easy dub on Candace Owens' part. She was way too comfortable. Maybe Andrew Wilson underestimated how much she was really obsessed with the case. First of all, I do think that what's his name, Charlie Kirk, I think he did smash. So that helps my case more than ever. So she's going to be on top of this case, and she's been on top of this case. Most people know that she's been on top of this case, hence why that's why he was there. Now, to say that she had nothing, she had no facts, she had no evidence, that's cap. Number two, you're not paying $300K to go to a woman's house to debate if she didn't have nothing. That's just cap, right? But yeah, oh man, but shout out to this guy right here, because him and Adam, they have a little bit of an exchange, but they're usually always arguing over nothing. I think they're friends from the last I checked. XVY Jay-Z says, for real, I almost fought a friend over that BS. We no longer friends. Yeah, guys, if you guys are, please don't think this shit is real life where you think you can start debating people. Or there's this one black dude, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this boy. He's he's going around HBCUs. It's this one dude on Instagram. I don't know what's wrong with people. It's this one dude. He's on Instagram. He's getting famous, and he's going on HBCUs, asking black women why they're not wearing their real hair. And he's just shocked that he's getting the reactions that he's getting. I'm like, bro, do you understand? Like, that's like the one thing with black women. You got to be very careful when joking about black women's hair. You know they're very sensitive about that shit. He said, so I'm just wondering why is it our sisters and we on this HBC, they don't want to wear their real hair? Bruh, I don't even think Corey Holcomb would do something like that. That's just, even though he talks about that on the show too, but he makes sure that he's around men. And so if somebody's talking about what do you think women should do, then he'll say some shit like that. He's actually going to the HBCUs, interviewing these broads, and then he's just shocked that he's getting cursed out, he's getting threatened with his life. Like, hey, you found your niche. Shout out to you. You found your niche, but just understand what comes with that. Oh man. XVYJZ says I'd get dunked on for 300K. XVYJZ says Candace was Chad whittled by Charlie, so she will fight tooth and nail for her boo. I agree. I kind of agree with that. I think there's a plausible it's a plausible theory that he smashed. Because Candace said, I think on the show, yeah, on the debate, she said they was together on the road 4 days a week. I'm like, that's a lot of time spent together. Hey, man, that's a lot of time spent together. But anyways, Pyro says he's poking the bear. He said the hair thing is a lost cause. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That hair shit, that is a lost cause. Just get with a broad that does wear her natural hair. Right? Or like, say if you got a woman and if she asks, be honest. But this shit about going to HBCUs and saying this shit, bruh, we gotta be honest with ourselves. This is not a good way to go about life. Remember when Tommy Sotomayor, he went to like a Black Power event, right? He went to like one of those Juneteenth / Black Power events in New York, and then he got somebody slapped the shit out of him. Somebody stole on him. And it was a dude that stole on him. But I don't know why he was shocked that happened to him. Especially when you talking about a lot of these black men at these events. You talking about the biggest simps in the world. Not only that, number two, a lot of those black men, their mom is literally all they had in their life. You talking about like there's a lot of those black men in those events. Their mom is the only thing that they had in their life. And you just can't, and he just oh yeah, Kwame Brown said this, and he said you can't fathom, if for some reason you can't fathom why somebody want to slap you. Like, bro, there's a time and place. Time and place. The fuck is you doing on enemy territory? Talking about what black women need to do and what they've been doing. Like, time and place. The reason why I get away with the shit that I do, because believe it or not, I say a lot of crazy shit in public. Believe it or not, even as measured as I am, because I'm mostly measured for the most part. But when somebody asks for my honest opinion, I'm severely honest. But I'm not trying to provoke. These dudes are sitting there with these microphones and they just blah 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 with a smile on her face. What do you think? What the fuck, bruh? You provoking, man. You provoking. Come on. I believe in freedom of speech, but time and place, man. Time and place. He said the hair thing is a lost cause. He was trying to do the whole Chud rage bait content model. It didn't end well. Yeah, Tommy Sotomayor at the time. Shout out to him though. I got respect because he was doing that at a time where you can get slapped, right? He was doing that at a time where he can get slapped. Like you got to, especially if you a black dude, it's gonna be hard for you to say these things in public. I just think in general, you need to be a consistent person. You have to be a consistent person. You got to be a guy that's known for telling the truth. Or if you are a quieter individual, you just got to be consistent. People don't expect me to say much in real life, but then when I say what I say, they just allow it because I'm consistent and I'm not trying to rage bait. I'm just saying how I feel. And I'm not looking for an argument because the facts are the facts. People say shit looking for drama. And are shocked that people are offended or doing things to them. People will say shit and they're looking to quote unquote trigger people for content. I don't need a camera on. I don't need my phone on to tell you how I feel. A lot of these people, they'll say the shit. They say the shit because they got the phone recorded. But that's a whole other story. Shout out to Garrett Grant. He said gangster stream today. I appreciate that. And he also sent a $5 super chat, man. Shout out to Garrett Grant, man. Shout out to Garrett Grant.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
Yes, shout out to Garrett Grant with the $5 super chat. Man, he said gangster stream today. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. But we gotta start being honest with ourselves, man. We really do.
And like emotions and whatever. She knew the charges. She talked about the DNA. The photos were all blurry. The license plate, nothing. I mean, if you think about it, this is a hard thing to prove winner. But when somebody comes to your crib and pays you to come in there to talk to you, you're the winner.
Oh, no doubt. She made money from this. But that doesn't mean you're the big winner, chicken dinner.
No, but I think.
Who do you think won the debate? Forget the money. Who do you think won the debate?
I think Candace edged him out, especially with Adam. Because here's the thing: unless you could prove without a reasonable doubt that this guy did it, and other people were.
Do you feel that way the moment we were in the bus talking, or do you feel that way now?
I've watched it twice now. Right. I think Andrew did very well. He's a great debater. But with everything happening, Vincent Oshana, still believes that in my heart of hearts, this dude did not act alone. Period. I think he was involved. I think Tyler Robinson was involved. But there's no way anybody, I don't care who walks in here, can prove to me that this dude, this random
by himself,
Pat,
George Zinn, standing
I love
up,
that you just said that. Yeah. This dude stands up.
Who else? I'm on the same page. This to me feels a lot like Kennedy. Was Lee Harvey Oswald there? Yes. Did the Carano, I believe it's called Carano carbine, did it fire 3 shots? Yes, it did. But did Oswald do all that? And were there not others? No. And so I don't think this guy acted alone.
So who do you put that one to debate?
I think Candace, moved me a little bit more toward not Patsy, but this guy didn't act alone. She moved me a little bit more. I was already on that road, moved me there. But I thought Andrew, in terms of my debate judgment, I just don't think he was as effective in the debate.
So the thing with selective hearing is anytime you want something to be right.
So that's why I just wanted to show you those specific guys, their reaction, the people on the PBD's panel, their reaction to the debate. So that was very interesting to me. So 2 out of the 3 dudes thought Candace won, and the one dude that thought Andrew Wilson won, he wears his religion on his sleeve. We know what it is. It's very interesting. Patrick Bet David, he didn't pick a winner. because he was the moderator of the debate. So I expected, nothing more, nothing less from him. So shout out to him. And apparently he flew himself to Candace's place. He didn't take much money from it. So shout out to him. But everybody is saying Adam is unbearable at this point. Adam Sosnick. Oh man. But Adam is he's always gonna be softer towards the Andrew Wilson type, anyways, because he's been the guy that's been trying to put all the so-called red pill Avengers people on his platform and all this stuff. So he has a liking towards those guys, and he lives in Miami, so it is what it is. But that is very telling. 2 out of the 3 thinks Candace won. Patrick Bet-David didn't pick a winner, and then this is what really sealed the deal for me right here. This definitely is going to, or should seal the deal for most people, right? You go on Ben Shapiro's platform, right? If you go on his platform, you go under videos.
Debate culture more generally is
the Turning Point USA president with Erika Kirk. He comes out and says the Candace Owens debate was a disaster for everyone. So if there was one person that could have really drove the narrative that Andrew Wilson won, it could have been Ben Shapiro. But even he saw the situation. And usually when your boy loses, what you say, oh, it was a tie or nobody won. Tells you everything you need to know right there. Oh, man. But anyways, clearly what they sent Andrew Wilson to do, it didn't work. Let's also share this exchange where he was on Steve Crowder talking shit after the debate.
Did they Nixon JFK you because she has a full stylist and makeup crew? Did they give you makeup and no. You looked a little
I
bit.
would have refused.
You looked a little bit shiny. You looked a little shiny. You looked a little shiny.
Yeah, it looked a little shiny. It happens. But yeah, I mean, look.
Does she have Hakeem Olajuwon hands in real life?
What the hell is that?
The basketball large hands.
Yeah. No, she doesn't.
Okay, all right. Go ahead with your valid point.
Small.
I'm being childish and stupid.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Steve Crowder used to be a wannabe comedian that didn't really work out, so he went the political route. No disrespect towards Steve Crowder, but there's not a whole bunch of good comedians out there. No disrespect towards him. Oh Lord. They showing a sweaty ass chair. They said that's what the chair looked like after he left. Oh Lord. Also, let me search up something real quick. In the meantime, let me search up something. I want to search. Let me see if I can do a quick search. Let me see something. Steve Crowder. Candace. Oh, no. Andrew Wilson. Let's see if something pops up on his channel. Because the more I see Steve Crowder, the more that I can tell he did not learn his lesson. He did not learn his lesson. I would like to apologize to the MGTOWs. Nah, too late for that shit, brother. see here. So he reviewed the debate, but I saw him on the phone with Andrew Wilson. It looks like I don't know when he went on the phone with Andrew. Maybe that was a separate video. But anyway, let's look at Turning Point USA. Let me see what they're doing. Let's see what's going on their channel. Oh man, we still got people going on these college campuses. Oh my God. We still got people going on these college campuses. Look, the only reason, like, man, the only time you see me on a college campus is if I need to pick up a or or if I'm performing. You're not gonna like I'm not trying to go to college to talk about politics. Y'all niggas is wilding. Turning Point USA, they still doing that nonsense. Even after everything that happened. Hey, remember that nerdy black dude? Shout out to my boy. He was I saw like a clip of him. He was talking to Myron and he was like pulling something out of his backpack, and Myron was like, whoa, hey, whoa. His man, Myron's life flashed before his eyes. Whoa. So Carlos X is saying there's a clip going around where Andrew said he used to be a Freemason, and he said it on his own show, The Crucible. Might explain all of this. Let me do a quick search. Andrew Wilson, Freemason. Okay. Apparently this is not uncommon knowledge. Okay. So you're correct. Uh-oh. Apparently this is known. Uh-oh. All right.
Dating Candace Owens is an open Freemason. Andrew Wilson has admitted that himself. He told.
Well, that video. Oh, it's on Jake Shields. Oh, it's on his. Let me see. Is that his official channel? Because it sounded like AI for a second, so I had to be careful about that. Well, okay, that's his official channel. That's Jake Shields' official channel.
Did you know the man debating Candace Owens is an open Freemason? Andrew Wilson has admitted that himself. He told his audience he was initiated as a Master Mason and, quote, took all of their rights.
I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, only for the purposes of trying to explain to you that I have some intricate knowledge in some of the things that Woodcoff has lied about, chiefly his book, The Masons and Their Lies. I was a Freemason, Master Mason. I don't remember exactly how many years. I think 3 or 4 years. Okay, I still have.
You think he's lying for clout? So you were right. He did say it. But he could be lying. I don't know. He could. I don't know. He comes across as a liar most times. So I don't know. But to just say that stuff out loud, to say that's exactly. So if we have Freemason and Orthodox Christian contradiction, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you're an Orthodox Christian allegedly, and you a Freemason. Yeah, a Master Mason as a high ranking means he did some things. Like, yeah. Okay,
I still have all of my dues cards. I still have the lodge Bible that was dedicated to me by everybody in the lodge. Okay, I was a Freemason myself.
Why is Turning Point, a so-called Christian organization, hiring a Freemason to help coach them on debating? Why are so many influencers silent on Andrew Wilson's ties to Freemasonry? Is Erika Kirk, who Andrew says he hugged out after Charlie's death, also a Mason? In February of this year, after Charlie's death, Turning Point posted on Instagram someone wearing a Masonic ring. After our podcast posted about it on X yesterday, they immediately deleted it. I guess this is just another coincidence. Did you know?
Interesting. So we could definitely talk about that. He said, yeah, dang, Jake is on to something. Oh man, that's very interesting. Might explain everything. Explain his clout. Explain his reach. Definitely explains his reach. Because that shit make no sense to me. And even, you know what's very interesting? My numbers have been sketchy ever since I started covering the Andrew Wilson debates with CGA.
I was a free.
Did you know?
So, could be something to that. But anyways. What else was I gonna go over? There was a part in the debate that, oh no, did I exit out of it? There was a part in the debate that I probably should look at where Candace had asked, like, okay, you know, what's good with you in Turning Point?
And good to see you, General Hall.
No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet,
claims.
Erika is in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paid, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this is
you.
a meta con.
That for certainty.
You can't say that for certainty.
If trying to establish one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robbins, the general sense of why people think Israel's involved, nobody has made the claim that
Confidence Israel was involved?
Yep. There are 5.
Andrew.
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going to tell you
confidence.
that you do not feel that you represented any times on my podcast.
They all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now.
Of Candace said it's impossible to not believe. Erika, to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
the organization?
No, that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they just suffered pretty sure there was a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training.
So yeah, that's the part I wanted to highlight, because I did not buy that story at all.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting. Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erika Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife.
And then this is all around the same time that you go on Joe Rogan's podcast and you're offering to pay Candace Owens $300K to debate her. That's, strange timing.
For getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training.
Yeah. They invited you there just to do debate training? With who? With who? Nah, they invited you to do whatever the theories that we said in the chat. I think who said that? I think it was Carlos in the chat or somebody, or XVYJZ. It was somebody that said they offered him a bag of money he couldn't refuse. But bottom line, they hired you. They hired you to do something, to do this. Debate training. The fuck is you talking about, brother?
Literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erika.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erika?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay. So at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh, I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking...
Nah, not buying it. Not buying it.
That, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erika too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally. It's not adding up. It's not adding up. So all of these things, combine all of these things together. This is why most people think that Andrew Wilson, or definitely me, yeah, exactly, he was nervous as hell. Body language never lies. So that's why it looked like to me, you paid off. You the ops. You the cops. You Turning Point USA's boy. at this moment in time, you Turning Point USA's boy. Their little attack dog for now. That's what it looks like to me. That's what it looks like. Hey, to me, that's what it looks like.
Facts.
It's not just Candace. Everybody can see the shit. Everybody to put all these videos on Twitter, all these charts, the timelines, and all these stuff. I'm talking. Forget the Tyler Robinson situation. They just talking about Andrew, and they're like, "Oh, this dude paid off." Because, dude, remember, as soon as I made the joke about the 360 deal the first day I was talking to you about this situation. Now, this is not just me that thinks that, like, by the next day on my YouTube, because it seems like when you talk, your phone is listening to you. All over my YouTube, anytime I click one of these videos, everybody's saying the same thing. They're saying that that's not Andrew's money. they're like, where the fuck is he getting 300K from? There's no way. This is not paranoia. It's just the shit don't make no sense, man. It don't make no sense. It doesn't. I'm sorry. Plus, when we really make a list of his expenses, nah, that ain't your 300K. But anyways, hey, it is what it is. We're gonna sign off with this. I did not know I was gonna go 4 hours. I thought I was gonna go 2. I thought I was gonna go 2 hours. I ain't gonna hold you. Might stop by. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna order. I'm gonna take a nap and I'm gonna order a pizza because I still do stupid shit like that. I still do stupid shit like that. Oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And by the way, Andrew Wilson, that text better be real, bro. That text, I don't think it is, but for your sake, because I think that was a fuck up. I think that was a screw. That's just where I'm coming from. That's just where I'm coming from. But yeah, there's a lot of guys that I've seen. I'm talking about dudes, a lot of dudes that said, look, I can't fuck with Andrew no more. Oh, by the way, actually, before I leave, I wanted to show you this. I want to show you guys this. People are finally turning on Lila Rose. Remember the conservative woman that everybody, like, people were, actually, oh my God. Thankfully, I did not open up the tab. As soon as I searched up Lila Rose, I saw something crazy. But man, people are finally seeing the evil. People are finally seeing the evil when I talk about Lila Rose. So apparently, Lila Rose via Twitter, she was defending Lindsay Clancy. I told you. I told you she was evil. I said she was the worst one out of all the conservathoughts. I said she was the worst one. Let me just share this with you before I leave. Let me share this with you, because I'm probably gonna have to do a separate video on this. I told you what she was. Look at this. This is her defending Lindsay Clancy. She says Lindsay Clancy reportedly sought help repeatedly before the deaths of her children. That should haunt us when a mother is clearly deteriorating. Our healthcare system cannot afford to simply move her from appointment to appointment without asking whether the treatment is actually working. Here we have another supposed conservative, Katie Miller. She says you don't get newly diagnosed with postpartum psychosis at 8 months. Multiple doctors. Oh, okay. So she actually, so Katie Miller actually, whoever she is, she actually was against what Lindsay Clancy did. But maybe, let me see something. Is Katie Miller a liberal? So I guess they're putting these two next to it side by side to show, here you have a normie chick saying that Lindsay Clancy should be hung, and here you have a conservative chick saying, trying to be compassionate towards Lindsay, trying to sympathize with Lindsay Clancy. So that's very interesting. Oh, she deleted the tweet. So I guess she had a tweet that she said that was even crazier than what I just showed you. Interesting. That is very interesting. Let me see if I can do a quick Google search. Lila Rose, Lindsay Clancy. Because I know people be doing them screenshots. Come on. Yeah, of course she's gonna make an excuse. Of course she's gonna make an excuse. Of course she's gonna act.
I want to hear your initial thoughts when you.
It's a lot of hoes. It's a lot of hoes with the excuse. But yeah, it was a lot of people turning on her on Twitter. They were like, not you. Not you. Yes, her too. Yes, her too. But anyway, shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for watching. I didn't know that I was gonna do this live stream today, but hey, I found a way. I found a way. By the way, shout out to Pyro for the $4 in totals. He sent two $2 super chats, and then Garrett with the $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for donating. I will see you guys in a little bit. I don't know what outro video I'm going to use. I don't know what outro video I'm going to use, man. Turning point. I'm just trying to find one that would relate to what we just watched, but also and then it is interesting, the people that are mad at the content creators that said that Erika Kirk should also be questioned. I don't know what it is. I'm talking about people that I respect that don't want to put Erika Kirk on the hot seat. It's very interesting. That is very interesting. So Anyways, shout out to you guys, man. Peace and love. See you very, 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 very.
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious?